This is the second one you've made, I guess.
Right.
Should they be heated?
Ideally, yeah, you would
Okay.
want it to be warm, but
Right.
I'm not, I wasn't going to let it sit out all night, so
No.
it's been in the fridge. But listen, we feasted on that thing for like 3 or 4 days.
All right.
Because I made it, and it was just me and Rochelle. Because I
Right.
just wanted to make it. And it was way too much for the two of us, so I kept putting it back in the fridge, and I kept going back in and picking at it.
That's
and
perfect.
it's fine. So I'll set it out here in a little bit to let it temper,
Yeah.
get to room temperature.
Yeah.
And we'll have it ready for Mr. Gulak when he gets here, which will be around 8:15, 8:20 or so. We're also going to have another in-studio guest, and that is musician Don McCloskey. He and Rob McElhenney have been good buddies forever.
Yes.
And Rob is going to be joining us during that interview as well. Don is a great musician. We've actually had him on before, and he has a song that's going to be appearing in Mythic Quest, the season finale, right, Nick?
Yeah, tomorrow night.
Okay, so we'll talk to Don and Rob, and we'll just get the latest from Rob as well as that friendly matchup of Wrexham AFC and the Philadelphia Union, who won last night.
Yes, they did.
So we'll talk to him, and both of them around 9. And then speaking of the Phils, which we were in sports, John Brazier is going to be stopping by this morning, and he is the director of fun and games at the Philadelphia.
That's a cool position to have.
It is.
Yeah.
And John's one of our oldest friends. John was, when I first moved to Philadelphia, he's actually one of the first local people I hooked up with. And so he will be stopping by this morning. We'll see what's going on in his world with the team and everything. All right. And, I thought you wanted to say something.
No, yeah.
I love you.
Okay.
Well,
I love
no,
you, man.
today's John's birthday.
Oh, is it?
And not only is it his birthday, but it's also the 35th anniversary of his 21st birthday.
Oh, wow. Well, good for him.
Yeah.
So we'll talk to John and celebrate all that later on this morning. All right. I also have some giveaways. Casey, let's see. You know what? I can give a couple of the way these went now.
Yeah.
We very rarely do giveaways this early in the morning, but we have a virtual attendance screening of Amazon Studios' new action sci-fi film, The Tomorrow War. That's the Chris Pratt film. So let's take 3 callers, 215-263-WMMR. The screening, the advanced screening will be Thursday, July 1st, and the movie opens on Amazon Prime Friday, July 2nd. 215-263-WMMR. 'Tis the number. Give us a call right now. We'll set you up with that. Let's take a break. Come back in a moment. The entertainment report, the stupid question, more stuff to give away. We'll be back in a sec. Stay put.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Do you or someone you love suffer from PWS? Pathetic Wardrobe Syndrome? WMMR is here to help. A pretend clinical fake study we totally made up shows a visit to the WMMR.com rock shop may reduce PWS with lots of items made to brighten and improve your quality of life. Current and vintage designed station tees, Preston and Steve Gadzooks gear, Pierre coffee cups, ball caps, and beanies, Jackson Jeep Club travel mugs, Jackie Bam Bam's Vampire Wall Clock, the new Brent Porsche fleece and polo, and more. Available now to end pathetic wardrobe syndrome.
Side effects may include feelings of euphoria, uncontrolled fits of joy, and the urge to hug your postal delivery person. But, well, not just yet.
plaque on the moon that commemorates astronauts and cosmonauts who have died in the line of duty. What is this plaque called? Yeah, right? Isn't that interesting?
I know a lot about all of the space program and the race to the moon, and I have never heard this.
215-263 WMMR. So there's a small aluminum plaque on the moon, commemorates astronauts and cosmonauts who have died in the line of duty. What is that plaque called? 215-263 WMMR.
I know there is a Bob's Big Boy statue up there, Preston.
Yeah, that's right. I saw that in a movie one time. All right, so birthdays today, Thursday, June 24th. A few musical birthdays to share. We'll start with Jeff Beck.
Love him.
One of the all-time greatest guitarists. In fact, Freeway Jam. Is that what you're playing, Case?
Yep.
So this is in MMR's Essential 200. It's this instrumental piece. It's really cool. Jeff Beck, when he got away from Yardbirds and so on and started to head down this kind of jazzy rock path.
And he loves this.
He found what he was meant to do.
Absolutely.
And he fell in love with this kind of style of music, and he really is fantastic. And the musicians he surrounds himself with are amazing.
I have to say, I do love jazz and fusion jazz guitars and guitarists, or at least, that whole genre. There's a guy I love named Lee Ritenour and a few others who are just incredible at it.
He played with Rod Stewart for several projects, and just a great musician. So happy 77th birthday to Mr. Jeff Beck. Love this song. All right, also, one of the greats, Mick Fleetwood, turns 74 years old today.
Best known for Running Man and then Fleetwood Mac, right?
I think so, yeah.
In that order? Right.
That turn in Running Man was pretty amazing.
What's your favorite Fleetwood Mac song?
Man, you know what? It's
That's
hard
too
to say. I mean, we were talking about The Chain the other day, which is on our Essential 200 as well. What a powerful song. What an amazing song.
And it was used perfectly in Guardians of the Galaxy.
It's great. It's awesome.
But I don't know, man. Gold Dust Woman is awesome. Rhiannon is awesome.
Silver Springs.
Yeah.
There's so many good songs. The one you don't stop thinking about tomorrow, all that stuff. So
I know Frampton Comes Alive gets credit as one of the greatest live albums of all time, and it's deserved. But The Dance by Fleetwood Mac, Steve, I know you'll
all the time, Nick. All the time.
I listen to it nonstop, and it's just one hit after another. And there's a few newer songs. I mean, that record probably came out 22 years ago, but there's some newer songs on there that I love as well.
That version of Silver Springs on that live album is phenomenal.
There, you guys.
I tell you,
we all saw Sound City, right?
Yes.
The Dave Grohl documentary. But when they hit Rhiannon, the opening sounds of this song, I just absolutely love. I could stop and listen to that.
Yeah,
nice. That's all Lindsey Buckingham right there.
I know.
Great guitar player.
Man, I hope they patch things up.
It would be nice, wouldn't it?
Yeah,
they've done it before. They can do it again.
This is a band that I never saw live, and I would love to because
you want to.
I want to.
Yeah. Mick Fleetwood, 74 years old today. Steve, I don't think I have any other musical birthdays, so I will end with this one. I have several other birthdays, but music-wise, it's Arthur Brown's birthday.
Arthur Brown! I am the god of hellfire.
That's him.
And I bring you charcuterie. I made some charcuterie on my fire.
That's right.
It's not playing.
What?
It's
Why is it not playing?
Casey normally would
Our equipment really stinks.
go into the I am the god of hellfire.
I am the god of hellfire. I'm really good at that.
That's spot on, by the way.
If only I could take that to Vegas.
That's the way you say I at the beginning.
I am the god of hellfire.
Is everything frozen, or did you just lose Arthur Brown?
Just Arthur Brown.
Well, we have a specific
That pisses me
Arthur
off.
Brown switch that Rodney installed a while ago.
We can't have that. All right, we're going to have to...
No, we have to wait.
We're going to have to get Marissa to redub it, maybe.
How old is he, Preston?
He's 79.
I am the god of pudding in the afternoon. He's a little bit older now.
It says 79 disputed, so he may be older than that. He may have lied.
I am the god of disputed birthdays.
Mm-hmm. Yep. All right, well, anyhow, we'll circle back around. No, there's another musical birthday. Colin Blunstone, who is the lead singer of the band The Zombies. Thank you.
Well, let me tell you about the way she walked, the way she
Great song.
and the color of her hair.
So they were inducted in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame a couple of years ago.
Yes.
And, that's what I love about that ceremony is Sometimes you'll forget about the talent of people until you see them get back together.
It's true.
They do the quick retrospective, and then they perform, and the Zombies were a great freaking band.
Did you ever see their tour rider? They always had to have a bowl full of brains.
Brains,
Yeah.
really? Wow. Colin is 76 today. Peter Weller, the actor, RoboCop.
He's greatness. He's so good.
He's 74. Do you know who he shares a birthday with? Nancy Allen, who is in RoboCop.
This happens a lot where you're like, two people will share the same birthday and they're in them, and I can't help but think, I'm like, I wonder if they had a birthday cake on
They probably did. And RoboCop used his knife extension to cut it.
Yeah.
He had a knife extension?
Yes.
Well, it was the
spike.
it was the computer interface, and it was a spike.
Yeah, but he could use it to cut cake.
He could use it to cut cakes as well. So,
and I think the practical nature of it.
Peter Weller is a few years older than Nancy. She is 71.
I can cut cakes with this as well.
He is 74 years old. So Nancy Allen, besides RoboCop and
Carrie.
Was Carrie the one?
Yeah, she was the bitchy girl against the
That's it.
Yeah, the pig's blood.
And then what was the one with John Travolta here in Philadelphia?
Blowout.
Blowout. Thank you very much. Those are the only movies I really know her from, but I know she's been in other things.
Dressed to Kill.
So happy birthday to those RoboCop co-stars. Actress Danielle Spencer, who played Dee on What's Happening. Yeah.
She's great.
Yep. Ooh. Yep. She is 56 days. She was my favorite.
Did she do anything else?
Not that I know of, no. Then you have supermodel Petra Nemkova. She is turning 42 years old.
Which one is she?
She was the one that got stuck. Remember the tsunami? And she was
That's right. Yes, clinging to a tree.
And lost her boyfriend, right?
They made a movie out of it.
Yeah, it was a terrifying story.
Minka Kelly.
Minka.
She is 41.
Who's she dating nowadays?
Minka is with, and we were just talking to...
She is with Munka.
Minka and Munka.
Minka and Munka.
Yes, Trevor Noah, that's it.
Trevor Noah.
Oh, no kidding.
When you Google Minka Kelly boyfriend, you have to Google 2021.
Right.
You can't just
no
make
kidding.
Yeah.
Well, all right. Well, happy 41 to her. Mindy Kaling.
Love her.
Turns a year older.
That is the biggest penis I have ever seen.
Is that from The Office?
Yeah, what happened to the theme of The Office? I thought that was the theme.
Well, that gets it done.
That doesn't sound a bit like Mindy Kaling.
Nah, it does.
She is 42
We're on a roll.
today.
Oh, I am, certainly.
I am Mindy Kaling.
Okay.
By the way, I found out she pronounces it Kaling. I heard her say it herself. And that's why I would always call her Mindy Kaling.
Yeah,
until
absolutely.
you hear the person say it themselves and you're like, I've been saying that wrong all the time. Like Casey now says Justin Theroux.
Yes.
Even though he says Thoreau.
And he says he admitted that he was mispronouncing it.
Mm-hmm. Mindy Kaling is 42 today. And then the last birthday I have is actor Ian Glenn. He is 60 years old, and in Game of Thrones, he played Jorah Mormont.
And what did he do?
Khaleesi.
Can you just give me a quick thumbnail of that story?
Sure, let me run that down for you real quick. No, the Queen of Dragons, Khaleesi, Jorah Mormont was kind of her protector. And since she was a child, he kept an eye on her. And there's this big betrayal, and he's actually in love with her. And Steve, you've seen him in other things.
Yes, I have.
Actually, I think he was in Kick-Ass or Kick-Ass 2. He might have been in the second movie, but he's been in several things. But he was great on that show. He was excellent in Game of Thrones.
Press, what was the third birthday you did? I can't remember.
The third birthday was Arthur Brown.
Oh, okay.
I am the god of hellfire,
There it is.
and I bring you fire. I'm bringing you fire.
Let's
go melt some tires, so we can make Preston think of an old girlfriend.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. All right, Arthur Brown.
There we go, the proper celebration.
The crazy world of Arthur Brown, 79 today. All right, we'll see if somebody knows the answer to this question. There's a small aluminum plaque on the moon that commemorates astronauts and cosmonauts who have died in the line of duty. What is that called? And I will go to, hang on a second, our first caller in was Mark, so I'm going to go to him. Hey, Mark, good morning.
Good morning. Gadzooks.
Gadzooks. All right, Mark, do me a favor. What is the name of that plaque?
The Fallen Astronaut.
You're correct. You got it. Hang on. We shall gather your information, sir, and give you a $50 Metro Diner gift card. Satisfy your Burger cravings. Metro Diner's new offerings, including the breakfast burger topped with an egg, hash browns, and bacon. This mouth-watering burger is perfect for when you want breakfast, lunch, and dinner all at once. And you can order it at metrodiner.com or seated at your local diner.
Did you know there's a bronze plaque on the moon as well that just says one word, roasted?
No.
Roasted. And so they should have that. All right, so we're going to start with this. Kim Kardashian has obtained a permanent restraining order against Charles Peter Zelenoff, a man that she claims has been stalking her for months. TMZ reports that the court ordered Zelenoff to keep his distance for 3 years during a hearing on Wednesday.
So, okay, so when they say permanent,
yeah, that's
and
what
then
I was
it's 3
curious
years,
about.
I was wondering if permanent meant until the day he leaves this earth.
Yeah.
3 years, to me, does not seem permanent.
No, exactly. So
it seems more like 3 years.
I was curious about the term as well, Steve, so I don't know what the point is of adding the 3 years in there. So the Skims founder was granted a temporary restraining order earlier this month after the man sent an engagement ring and contraceptive pill Plan B to her home. And it's not the first time he's made contact with her. According to court papers, he had previously made attempts to enter the gated community where she lives. Kim, had previously stated that she was fearful of Zelenoff because he has a criminal background as well. So she got this restraining order, and yep.
I see, like 3/4 of the family is dealing with stalkers of some sort.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, did you hear about this? Harrison Ford sustained a shoulder injury on the set of Indiana Jones 5. That has required him to take a hiatus from filming while treatment is evaluated.
Did you hear how he got it? He's putting his hat on.
He's getting older, man.
Yeah.
In the meantime, director James Mangold will continue to shoot without Harrison.
Can we just keep it off?
The extent of Ford's injury is unknown, though it's hardly the first time that he's hurt himself while making a movie.
Harrison, could you whip a little harder?
In the past, Ford suffered a serious back injury on Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom and endured leg trauma on Star Wars The Force Awakens.
Well, remember, this is the same guy who crashed a plane into a golf course and survived. You know?
Yep, he's pretty durable. Indiana Jones 5 began production earlier this month in the UK. Plot details for the sequel haven't been announced yet.
I'd be curious to see if they go more hardline, otherworldly and that whole element, or if they reel it in a bit.
Yep. And the 78-year-old, of course, is reprising his iconic role as the fedora-wearing, swashbuckling archaeologist. By the way, they always say fedora-wearing. That hat he wears is not a fedora.
Yeah.
I've forgotten the name of it, but a fedora is definitely a different style of hat. His is a little bit bigger. It's a little floppier on the brim, and it's a little bit larger on the top. At least that's what I had read somewhere. So Phoebe Waller-Bridge and Mads Mikkelsen will co-star. Does it say it is a fedora, Nick?
Let me see.
Well, they say that, but I think you're right. I've heard that as well.
Yeah, that it's
not a
different
fedora.
type.
Maybe not a fedora. Why did it have to be a fedora?
Fedoras.
Easter bonnets. Well, I hate Easter bonnets.
Like a Stetson.
See if you can find out the Indiana
yarmulkes.
I mean, does anybody but Indiana Jones look good in that hat?
Yes, Kathy.
I don't wear hats.
I know, but I would just imagine. As far as these go, yeah, there've been a few throughout movies, but nobody is more.
No, I'm not talking movies. I'm talking real life.
Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm wrong here. It says it's a wide-brimmed sable fedora. All right, so I'm off there. We'll move on to something else. Don't hear. Look over there.
Yeah.
Hey, look, Drake Bell's pleaded guilty to
Yay.
felony
What?
attempted child endangerment.
So
that'll distract you.
This story, Preston, and I've read multiple versions of this story. I still can't determine exactly what was done. Do you have any insight into that?
Not really. I mean, so according to the Cuyahoga County Prosecutor's Office, 34-year-old former star of Drake and Josh engaged in an inappropriate online relationship with an underage girl that at times was sexual in nature. So I guess they were sending messages back and forth, and it got provocative. So
the classification of, I guess, endangering. They use the word endangering, and I wonder how that pertains to it. Or is that just the default explanation?
No, I don't know. Misdemeanor charge of disseminating matter harmful to juveniles as well. So prosecutors say the girl, who was then 15, also attended Bell's 2017 concert in Cleveland. He entered the guilty plea via Zoom on Wednesday. And his sentencing is scheduled for July 12th, where he faces up to 2 years in prison. I don't know if he'll get that, but he does face that.
But in happier Drake and Josh news, did you guys see that it's Josh Peck, right?
Josh Peck, you talk about Turner and Hooch?
Turner and Hooch.
Yeah, he's doing the TV series. He's playing the Tom Hanks role, not the dog role.
I believe he's playing Tom Hanks' son.
Is he?
It seems like.
Well, there you go.
From what I gathered from the trailer that I watched, and I watched the whole thing, is that this Hooch in this movie was Tom Hanks' dog, and apparently Tom Hanks' character thought it was almost like a reincarnation of the other Hooch.
Right.
Okay.
Something along those lines. So I wonder if that's, if everything I gathered is correct, I wonder if Tom Hanks actually makes an appearance in this.
I bet you're hoping they kill the dog in this movie,
That's
too, right?
bullcrap, right?
Yeah.
Man, that's why K-9 is a superior cop-dog movie.
You should see is Turner and Cooch, which is the adult version. And honestly, that vagina stays alive at the end of the movie.
Well, a happy ending.
He tried to murder it.
And there's a happy ending.
It still slobbers a lot, though, Preston.
Sure.
There's a scene where the vagina's hanging out the window.
All that schmegma flying everywhere. Yeah, sure. Thank them. All right. Hey, Stephen Amell, the actor from Arrow.
Yes.
Is setting the record straight about why he was removed from a Delta flight on Monday. TMZ reported that the former Arrow star was forcibly removed from the plane after allegedly screaming at his wife, Cassandra Jean. The actor quickly responded on Twitter, writing, "My wife and I got into an argument on Monday afternoon on a Delta flight from Austin to L.A. I was asked to lower my voice, and I did. Approximately 10 minutes later, I was asked to leave the flight, and I did so immediately. I was not forcibly removed." He continued saying, "I rebooked myself on a Southwest flight 2 hours later and traveled home without any further issue. I let my emotions get the better of me. End of story. Must be a slow news cycle."
So I was thinking about this, and I think I might have some insight into what happened here. He suffers from panic attacks, like debilitating panic attacks, and flying is one of the things that apparently is nightmarish for him. So my guess is he got liquored up a bit and got cantankerous, and got verbal, and they pulled him off the flight. That's that to me seems like a likely thing, because I was listening to a podcast. I forget who he was talking to, but he was describing how it just lays him out, the panic attacks.
Yeah, but he got in a fight with his wife.
Yeah, like a verbal,
wife. It's my wife. Yeah, so I don't know, man. You got to be, to throw you off a flight, you got to be, I don't know.
I don't know. I don't know
yelling
what
at
the
his
story
wife.
is.
So.
I mean, you don't get any accommodation for being a superhero.
Right.
Yeah.
The airline confirmed the incident in a statement to E! News on Wednesday, but did not mention Amell by name. A Delta spokesperson said Delta Flight 966 on June 21st took a brief 8-minute departure delay after an unruly customer was deplaned from the aircraft prior to departure in Austin. The flight arrived ahead of schedule in Los Angeles International Airport. So,
by the way, how did we end up with deplaned? As a form of
from tattoo
exiting a plane.
Deplane.
Yeah. Maybe that's it.
How did we end up with deplaned?
Yeah, you don't decar. You don't.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah.
Would it be deboard?
You don't. Do you deboat? No.
You don't detrain. I mean,
you don't decar.
There is a detrain, but you don't.
Right, yeah.
Where is detrain?
Debus.
Yeah.
Britney Spears is expected to make a rare statement to the court, or she was yesterday in her years-long conservatorship case. I haven't heard any details on how it went. But what's that, Kat?
She did. She made the statement. It was over like Zoom or phone or something like that, and she spoke, and then her dad's attorney spoke, and the judge did not make a decision yet, but she basically said that it's holding her back in life, having to have her father be in control of everything.
Did you watch the series, Preston, the little limited series on the Britney thing? It was really interesting. We talked about it before, and the whole concept of the conservatorship, but apparently during the court proceedings, she brought up that she's basically required to keep using contraception.
Oh yeah, so she wants to get married and have a baby have a baby. That's the whole thing. And basically under this conservatorship, she has to continue to take birth control. But I'm thinking like, well, what just don't do it then? How are they controlling that?
So what does this statement mean? I have an IUD in my body.
Oh yeah.
Well, here Marissa just brought the story to me, so I can tell you what she said in the court. She presented her side of the last 13 years of her life, which have been controlled by the Jamie Spears-led conservatorship. She noted that any claims that she has dementia are false, noting that she has been the one to teach her dancers the choreography for her shows. Spears also pointed out the medication that she has been given over the last 8 years, including lithium, which she called a strong drug. She compared herself to a sex trafficking victim while describing her life, where she's forced to work every day. She said, the people who did this to me should not be able to get away and walk away so easily.
And there is a point made in the series that some of the people who are overseeing this conservatorship actually benefit financially.
Oh yeah, he gets money.
They get money
each month. From it.
And in a way, Preston, to me, I think the most compelling argument with this whole thing is they kind of put it in context. There are people who are not under a conservatorship who go around and do dumb things and are, they're think of all the rock stars. Think of Tommy Lee during the height of all the Motley Crue stuff. All the crazy stuff that was going on. Mm-hmm. Was that any more, more or less?
She didn't seem that out of control to me.
So
she just shaved her head. Whatever,
she had a breakdown.
She had a whole period where there was a breakdown. And listen, I don't.
But I mean, that's years ago.
I know, but we don't know the whole story behind this. I mean, there are so many people. I have a friend right now who's going through some mental issues, and when she is not on her medication, she is fat as crazy.
Right.
And so much so where people are worried about her life.
Okay.
So if keeping Britney on medication is going to save her life, if that's really what they're doing, then I don't find that there's anything wrong with that. It's odd that your dad would control your life at this age, but you know what? If it's going to save her life, then
would there be doctors that would step up and say you need to keep this person on medication?
Yeah, but the dad is making these decisions, so maybe the doctors are saying that.
Did you see the movie I Care a Lot yet, Kathy? Because when I hear about this stuff,
I did. I thought that was a terrible movie.
Okay, it was a good movie, and
the one on Netflix.
Where the conservatorship, where she controls elderly people and their lives.
Yeah.
It's a messed up movie, but it's a peek into how someone, if they work the angles, can control someone's life.
Yeah.
They can. It happens all the time.
And so that gives me pause when I see that. And listen, I know that that's a movie. And it's scripted and works out perfectly for the 2 hours that you're watching on TV. But it's based in some sort of reality, and so that gives me pause when I hear about stuff like this. And when you're talking about somebody who has millions and millions, money makes other people go crazy too, not just history, not just Britney.
Entertainment history is replete with history in general. But think of the doctors, the doctor who took care of Michael Jackson, the doctor who took care of Elvis, the doctor who took care of Brian Wilson.
See, I'm just thinking the other side of it, though. Think about the people who have committed suicide, maybe because they weren't on medication or receiving help.
There's a fine line, but at a certain point, I think, and this is the big question here, is she capable of...
Is she mentally stable enough?
Can the case be made that is she any more loony than people who are out and are handling all their own affairs and doing far less than she's doing? Should she be under this stricter control?
Can we bring up this IUD thing? Because I'm totally confused by it.
Well, yeah, let me finish this, okay? So she goes on, she added that she had no idea that she could petition the court to end her conservatorship. She also had been told by her court-appointed lawyer, Samuel Ingham III, that she should not share details of what had been done to her with the public. She said, all I want is to own my money and for this to end and for my boyfriend to be able to effing drive me in his car. And honestly, I want to be able to sue my family. She couldn't have autonomy of her own body. She said, having been told that she was not allowed to get married or have another child. And she says an IUD was implanted against her will. She said, I have an IUD in my body right now that won't let me have a baby, and my conservators won't let me go to the doctor to take it out. So according to her, Nick, they forcibly made her get that.
Well, so I think it's the dad that's making the medical decision.
No, I know.
So at the point when she was not doing well, yes, they probably said, okay, time to go get that put in, and the doctor can't take it out unless the person who's making the decision says yes.
Well,
take it
that's
out.
what this whole thing is predicated on. She's trying to surrender her control back to herself.
I think it's just wild that they would force that on her, but I guess if he's a conservator and he thinks that she's mentally unstable and that having a child would be a horrible thing for her, then that's the decision they made. Whether that's right or wrong, well, it's up for a court to decide, I guess. So
it's crazy. What would Arthur Brown say about all?
He'd say that he's still the god of hellfire.
I am the god of hellfire.
Thank you, Arthur Brown, the voice of reason.
He's a character witness in court. And what do you do for a living, Mr. Brown? I
am the god of hellfire.
And how do you make money doing that?
I bring you fire.
All right, let's see if we can find some other less controversial things to talk about here. How about this? Cara Delevingne revealed on a podcast that she decided not to get a boob job because she didn't want to have to talk about it publicly. She said, I've gotten close to thinking about it, and luckily at that moment go, well, if I do it, then I don't think I could be honest about it. And then that would be a problem because I just think that young girls or young boys even need to know that some things aren't naturally obtainable.
Isn't this funny? Because she's one of the world's most popular models and has a thriving career. You know, but does it say when she thought about doing this? Was it the beginning?
No, I don't know. I don't know.
I don't get it.
Yeah, I mean, listen, you can be. They can be beautiful, this person, but still have a hang up about something on themselves. Which
it's absolutely true.
Boobs aren't everything.
No.
I mean, sometimes I like the less endowed look, the more athletic look, or whatever it might be, for lack of a better word to describe. So she's just fine.
You're A-okay in my book.
Let's see here. Dove Cameron teased her Instagram followers with a topless photo of her on Tuesday. I've not seen this yet.
I love Dove Cameron.
Yeah.
We all know who Dove Cameron is.
Of course.
She's from the Descendants.
Yes.
Liv and Maddie, really.
What's that?
Liv and Maddie.
Yeah, if you want to go way back. But she's Mal in the Descendants. She was wearing nothing but a pair of pantyhose and covering her breasts with her arms as she took a mirror selfie.
Oh, she's being naughty.
She is. Who's the dude standing next to her?
That is John Goodman.
I guess it was at a photo shoot or something like that.
Isn't she great?
Let's see. Carol Baskin has slammed Tiger King again, saying that the Netflix documentary is responsible for her getting death threats. She had said on a show that
he was threatening to kill her before the show was out.
Of course.
But other people are now threatening. The show was totally not what we had been told the series was going to be about, she said. She claims Tiger King made her out to be a vicious, gold-digging, home-wrecking murderer.
And she's not a murderer.
Baskin told the host after Tiger King aired, people were calling me, just screaming at the top of their lungs how much they hated me, and they wanted to kill me, and they wanted to kill my family. So,
but listen, we get that all the time.
While they were filming that show, they probably had the intention of going to her and seeing her being the opposite side of this.
Yeah.
But when they're making a documentary, as things start to unfold, it can certainly change the tone of how that's presented when they find certain things out.
Now, good documentarians will kind of let the chips fall where they may and let you decide. I think that's it. They started, okay, here's this whole world. We're going to present these people. And when we started to realize that virtually every one of them defies description, they seem like created characters, but they're real.
Yeah.
That's when... her situation, by the way, they always talk about Joe Exotic and the mistreatment of the animals, and rightfully so, but her record is not spotless with the animals.
Yeah. This sounds fun. Kevin Hart and Snoop Dogg are teaming up with Peacock to tackle a new endeavor, and that is recapping the Olympics. Pairing Hart and Snoop as the comedy guides to the Tokyo Olympics 2021. The commentary series Olympic Highlights with Kevin Hart and Snoop Dogg will be exclusively available on the NBC streaming service.
Snoop has been doing fight commentary, hasn't he?
Yes. Yeah. Yep. The pair will set out to summarize the Olympics' most impressive displays of athleticism as well as the moments that don't go as planned. NBC Universal has remained confident with its plans to broadcast up to 7,000 hours of Tokyo's Olympic events. Olympic Highlights only reinforces the nation that Peacock will be a critical asset of their strategy. In addition to Kevin Hart and Snoop, late-night host Amber Ruffin will offer her commentary for the streaming service from the ground in Tokyo. Carrie Champion and Kenny Mayne, two veteran broadcasters recently left ESPN, will co-anchor Tokyo Tonight, which is a quick turnaround highlights and interviews program. And Lindsay Zarniak, Lolo Jones, and MJ Acosta Ruiz will anchor On Her Turf, which will be focused on women's sports at the Olympics.
So I will probably watch a little bit more of this Olympics, but I'll probably be watching more of the sights and sounds and environmental stuff because I'm fascinated with Japan.
Yeah.
And I want to see what they're experiencing.
I'll be watching Peanut, the gal we had on yesterday locally, who is an Olympian in the BMX world. And she actually, Peyton is her name, I told her about my nephew, being in BMX.
Right.
Well, he got wind of that yesterday, and apparently he already knew who she was and was a big fan of her.
Oh,
and
that's
all
so
that stuff.
cool.
So
Yeah.
I dropped the ball. I should have gotten an autograph and all that stuff while she was here. But
Maybe when she comes back with her gold medal, she'll sign it and give it to him.
That'd be nice.
Yeah, that'd be
Wouldn't
great.
it be
Yeah.
pretty
She was so great. It was so nice meeting her yesterday, and now we have a specific person to root for in the Olympics. It's awesome.
She's a sweetheart. One last thing, and this is I was going to save this for music news, but I will mention this now. Mark Hoppus of Blink 182 has been diagnosed with cancer. He made the announcement yesterday across his social media. He wrote, "For the past 3 months, I've been undergoing chemotherapy for cancer. I have cancer. It sucks, and I'm scared." Now, he hasn't indicated what type of cancer he has. He hasn't indicated how far along it is either. He went on to say that he's blessed with incredible doctors, family, and friends. According to his post, he has months of treatment ahead of him. He ended with, "Can't wait to be cancer-free and see you all at a concert in the hopefully near future. Love you all." And obviously, fans and fellow musicians have wished him the best and a speedy recovery on the way. But never good to hear that.
No.
All right, we are going to roll the clips now. Said to be a modern take on Rosemary's Baby, False Positive tells the story of one couple's troubles with a sinister fertility doctor. Ooh. In this clip, star Iana Glazer talks about the odd timing of becoming a mother during the film's release. Here we go.
It's just such a absurd cosmic joke the way that this is lining up. We talked about other festivals, and there were so many times this was going to come out, and the fact that it came out when I'm not just pregnant, but so visibly pregnant is so funny from God.
Anyway,
False Positive starts streaming on Hulu tomorrow. Here's the next clip. The sitcom housewife breaks out of her 3-camera lifestyle to get revenge on her controlling husband in Kevin Can F Himself. In this clip, Annie Murphy discusses what audiences should be hoping for from the show. Here it is.
I think that what we should be rooting for is for Allison to keep pursuing a better life and happiness for herself. Let me say, I do feel like murder is always a bit of an extreme reaction to things, but I don't blame her.
Yeah!
So she's from Esses Creek and was great on that. And I watched, it seemed like an episode or a lot of it, about 15 minutes. And it is a case, Preston, where it starts off as basically a classic type sitcom.
Yeah.
And she transitions out of that world into a more realistic world. So, she comes in and there's the bumbling dumb husband and all that stuff, and audience response and all that, and then it changes.
Interesting. A new episode of Kevin Can F Himself premieres Sunday on AMC and AMC Plus if you would like to check that out. And there is the entertainment report for this Thursday morning. We got a bunch of stuff happening on the program today. WWE wrestler Drew Gulak's going to be here today. We also have Rob McElhenney joining us. Don McCluskey, local musician.
Yes.
Great guy. Been on our show before. Is going to be joining us in the studio while Rob will be on Zoom or phone. And some of Don's music. He's got a song that's going to be on the Mythic Quest season finale tomorrow.
Great.
So we'll talk to Don and Rob together. And our buddy John Brazier is stopping by from the Phillies.
Yes.
To spread some love as well. And Marissa noted that he may have been, technically the last live guest we had him on pre-pandemic, although it was in Clearwater because Kathy and company were on location for spring training, which ended up not happening, and
company
all this
was
other weird stuff.
Rodney and Marissa.
Rodney and Marissa, yeah.
It almost has to seem like an LSD trip at this point, but we'll talk about that, I'm sure.
We'll reminisce.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to take a break and we'll be right back. Stay with us. morning because of the wonderful contributions they continue to bring in for Camp Out for Hunger. We have a special announcement that's going to take place tomorrow morning, too.
And the announcement is not that we specifically do this to get the waffles that they have over there.
No, but
it's actually
we're always really excited because we're like a kid in a candy store. They have this cafeteria that's outstanding with I don't know how many chefs in there cooking. They're all different kinds of. We just go on and on about the food. We don't have
crazy.
that
we
here.
We do not have that. And Preston, this year we're going to be facing the cafeteria.
We will be. Yeah. So hear all about Subaru's cafeteria tomorrow morning on the Preston and Steve
Tapers
show.
alert.
Hey, I want to do a shout out real quick.
Yes.
Email says, longtime Preston and Steve junkie here. Safe to say that since graduating Central Bucks East High School in 2006, your show has probably played during each weekday morning commute in each and every car that I have ever owned.
It's awesome.
There's only one person I have to thank for getting me hooked on PNS, as with so many other amazing things in my life, and that's my pop, Michael Rigg, a.k.a. Big Rig. And today, well, actually it was yesterday, just so happened to be his birthday. So he is one of the world's best people, my best friend, and a true Preston and Steve junkie.
Love it.
I know he's listening, and it would mean the world to him to get a shout out. Maybe he can tell you about how his bees go get bread again. So that's an inside thing. I don't know what that's all about. That's from Corey Rigg. So here's a shout out. Happy birthday to you, Big Rig. All right, I got junk drawer items that we need to sift through and share with you. I'm going to start with a poll that was done.
A poll?
Yeah, it was a poll of 2,000 people across the U.S., the UK, France, Germany, Spain, Netherlands, India, and South Korea. And it reveals the top music moments Americans specifically said they wish they could have seen live. Now, why would they have gone across the UK, France, Germany, Spain, and Netherlands and India to find this out? I don't know.
Seems really stupid.
So I thought this might be an interesting peek into iconic music performances.
May I ask you here in this case, is it things that occurred outside of the country, outside of the United States that we would have loved to have been a part of?
No.
Or just in general?
No, it's all, well, there's a handful of things that are outside of the U.S., but it's stuff in general.
What does this have to do with Britney Spears?
Nothing.
Oh, okay.
Actually, she's not in this at all. So I'll give you an example. Like 26% said Woodstock. That they would like to have seen
You know what?
live.
I have actually long ago determined that no. I would have.
Thank you.
However, the documentary film of Woodstock is one of my favorites. I love it, and I love all that energy. But I don't think. I think a tremendous amount of the actual attendees saw virtually nothing.
Remember I'm sorry.
I've told this story many times.
Yeah.
My parents were both there. They were there for 2 days. They went to school in upstate PA in Lycoming, and it wasn't that hard for them to get to Woodstock, and they left.
Yeah.
And the reason that they left was it was uncomfortable. Right. It was rainy. They had had enough. And listen, they didn't realize at the time that they were leaving one of the
History?
most iconic.
Yes.
But they were... Steve, in the moment, they were like, nah.
Yeah, I could see that. If I got there and you're dealing with old, sound systems, mind you, they had a top level one there.
Yeah.
But at the point when you're dealing with that many, think about the people in the back sixth of the audience going, what? What?
Nick, I don't even know if I knew that story. My dad did the same thing. He went and he actually climbed the fence to leave. He was like,
So he climbed the fence to get out.
Yeah. He said he couldn't get out of there fast enough. He was there for less than a day.
I mean, he obviously had sex with Janice, and then
that was it.
Yeah. Maybe he went backstage.
Except for a booty call.
He was bailing.
Yeah,
he'd one and done, and he got the hell out of there.
Janis Joplin turns and said, "I really love you." Oh my God!
It's like a truck driver just dumped his load.
I gotta go.
Yep. So there's a four-way tie for the bottom of this list. It's Woodstock, then the Spice Girls reuniting at the 2012 Summer Olympics.
Oh my God! Seriously?
Lady Gaga's halftime show at Super Bowl 51. No. James Brown's performance at the Apollo. So
yes.
Those all tie for each other.
Yeah, I would take James Brown's performance at the Apollo. What would you take out of those four, Preston?
Out of those four?
Yeah.
Woodstock.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, it would be
good seats, guaranteed good seats.
Well, it would be a pain in the ass.
Yeah.
But I mean, think about the legendary acts over there. I mean, that was Crosby, Stills, and Nash. first live performance? Second live performance. All right.
Ever.
Have you guys ever? Am I the only one who's ever been to like a camp out concert?
Yeah, I've never done that.
Yeah.
I don't like it.
You couldn't pay me to go.
No, I'll tell you this though. If I knew
Marissa
that,
has.
if I could go and be guaranteed to see Kathy's dad hightailing it over the fence, then I would go.
There's nothing that could happen that would get me to go to one of those.
Okay. The next rank up, tied for, I guess, fourth place, you call it, is Shakira and J-Lo's concert at the Super Bowl.
These are so
You
lame.
hate these?
Like, okay, I'd rather be at the Super Bowl. Like, I don't really care about the halftime show.
That was to me, that was a great performance, but like I wouldn't put it on a list of, oh my God, I wish I was there.
And it's tied with Prince's halftime show.
There you go.
So.
Yeah. I'd take Prince.
Was that the rainy one in Miami? Yeah, okay.
Yep.
And is that where he also did the Foo Fighters cover?
Yep. He did
Okay.
Best of Him.
Okay.
Excuse me, Best of You. I had a bubble in my throat. Then tied for third is Rolling Stones' performance at Hyde Park. And this is the one. Well, this would be one of them. I have another one in mind that I would be a part of. But the Beatles rooftop concert in London.
Well, there you go.
The very last performance.
Yeah.
That would be incredible.
Yeah.
Okay, so
you couldn't really see anything, but you know, hearing it would be pretty amazing.
Well, yeah, and we tend to say, okay, we're thinking of optimum conditions and everything. If you could be up on the roof and see that, that would be amazing.
What about
that's another piece of history.
So what about the Beatles at Ed Sullivan? Because that's so iconic, but listening back on it, and maybe this is me being an old man, but like there's so much screaming going on in the audience.
Even they hated it.
Yeah, okay, did they?
Well,
They
not
found it hard
that
to play.
performance, but eventually they got sick and tired of people. They wanted everybody to shut up so they could, not only they could hear them, they could hear each other if people would stop screaming. So second place was Elton John's performance of Candle in the Wind at Princess Diana's funeral.
Okay.
People that wish they could have been there to see that live. And then number one on this list, interesting, Whitney Houston singing the Star Spangled Banner at Super Bowl 25.
That's all very interesting. I find the list interesting. I think, so of the two, if you're going to hold me down to the two to see the legendary James Brown perform live, that would be cool. And then I guess I'd have to say Woodstock as well then.
If something not on this list,
Right.
the one that I think I would put on there would be the Monterey Pop Festival.
Another great one.
Because that's the iconic scene of Jimi Hendrix lighting his guitar on fire.
Yeah.
And
the Who?
I don't think the Who was there. The Who was at Woodstock.
I thought the Who was at the Monterey.
All right, we can look it up, but I'm not sure. Maybe they were. Yeah, maybe they were. But that was not a big overnight thing. It was in you had seats and the whole deal.
I like seats.
And legendary act after legendary act at that particular one, I thought.
They were there on Sunday, Steve. So it was Buffalo Springfield, then The Who, then the Grateful Dead, then Jimi Hendrix.
That's a good lineup. And then Shakira.
Yeah, and then Shakira, right. She was very young.
So some of these, especially the Super Bowl halftime, like those are all sung on tracks, right? Like those weren't like 100% live, were they?
I think they were. Even
Whitney Houston.
Tom Petty played live.
Yeah, even Whitney Houston was sung on a track, right?
I think though it has more of an impact, or at least make more of a list for me, is if they are deceased. Do you know what I mean? Like Shakira and J-Lo.
That's a hell of a show if they're dead and performing.
No, but you know what I mean? Like I wished, but because that'll never happen. There's never a chance you'll see them live.
Going back to singing a track, Whitney Houston, there was a Star Spangled Banner. I mean, it was just one song, so yeah, they probably had it pre-recorded, but she wasn't. She was live.
No, she was definitely there.
Yeah, so
I got one for you guys that I think Preston and Steve, you both want to be there. Queen at Wembley.
Oh
my God.
Yeah, that's actually a good call.
Yeah, that whole AIDS Live Aid event. All right, that's one to consider too.
And they did twice, right? Because they did Live Aid, and then they came back a year later and did a full show at Wembley.
Did they?
And they released that as a live record.
Preston?
So, yeah.
I didn't think about Live Aid. That'd be
Fred Fest at JFK, the Right Said Fred concert.
Yeah, let us not forget. But a lot of people listening to us now were at Live Aid here in Philadelphia. I think I'd have to look at the lineups of the two. If the Wembley, I think the Wembley lineup was a little more impressive. It was very, very impressive here, obviously.
Yes.
But maybe that would have been one to be at. Yeah, Nick, I didn't consider that.
No, that's amazing. You're right. I do remember being immersed, watching it on TV. I had it running through my, I'd done sort of a half-assed hack on my stereo to get it through the stereo, and I loved it.
Chuck texted me, Triumph and Van Halen at the US Festival in 1983.
The US Festival.
That's
I remember the US Festival.
What was the one that happened every year, the Policeman's Ball? Was
Secret Policeman's Ball, the other ball. Those were great. Those were.
They were at the Garden?
There's some. They were in
England.
England, yeah.
Oh, okay.
And it was for the I think did Prince Charles start that charity? Who started that charity?
I'm not sure.
I don't know, but anyway, long story short, there are some amazing acoustic performances. Sting's Message in the Bottle, Preston.
No, it's amazing. And then Pete Townsend doing Pinball Wizard.
Awesome.
Acoustic. Yeah, Maurice.
I'm jealous of all you guys. I wish I was at those Sonic sessions.
The Sonic sessions were pretty damn good.
The most amazing one was the Fiona Apple one because she had us wait for like 2 hours and then came on and didn't do Criminal. So she did one song.
For me, the one that always sticks with me, Preston, the one that just blew me away was 30-Odd Foot of Grunts. Russell Crowe.
Russell Crowe's band. That was actually, it was kind of fun. Music wasn't that great, but it was kind of fun.
What was the Weezer one? What was the Weezer song on
Sweater Song?
No.
Pink Triangle.
No, if I look in the mirror, tell me who's a secret. Tell me who's
something Life.
The Good Life.
Good Life.
Oh, yeah.
Them recording that version acoustically was like one of my favorite live songs of all time. One of my favorite songs of all time growing up. So seeing that live.
I actually hate that. I hate that track so much.
Well, okay,
that was my decision to put it on there.
Was it really? Oh, man, I don't like that track at all.
Well, thank you for changing my musical scope, Preston, as a kid. And you guys got to see it live.
Yeah, it was. That again, you're right, Marissa. We actually were blessed to see a number of what I thought were sensational performances. That whole series was just great.
And I'll say it for Casey. The Fish one was fantastic.
Yeah, it was like May 15th, 2000.
You know me. I'm not a huge Fish fan. But they played a lot of songs off of Farmhouse, which is an album I really, really like. And it was great.
It was funny. Arthur Brown session, acoustic. I am the God of Hellfire.
And I bring you.
I am the God of Hellfire. And I bring you.
Do you have the flutophone over there, Preston? I am the God of Hellfire, and I bring you.
Hang on. It's right. 1 second. Hang on a second.
The recorder. I am the God of Hellfire, and I bring you fire.
That's our
it's amazing.
Going back to Sonic sessions real quick. How many of those did Dave Matthews do?
One.
Just one? Mm-hmm. And that was sort of at, I think, like the height of Dave Matthews.
Way out there.
Don't drink the water.
Yeah, and he was doing like stadium shows at the Vet. And I think Brett Hamilton had created a nice relationship with Dave. And I remember like listening to those and being jealous that I worked at MMR. Now I went under the time because those were fantastic.
Yeah, Brett conducted a really good interview.
He did, yeah.
And you know who? Well, Pierre would show up a lot too, which is great. And that's why we started the great friendship with MMR at that time.
Quick story about Dave and that, because I think it was, did you pick him up?
No.
Then Brett might have been in the car with him. And it was when David got a little portly.
Yes.
He had put on a lot of weight.
I remember this.
And he said something along the lines, he said, he goes, you put on too much weight. When you sit down and go to the bathroom, you can't see your Johnson anymore.
It was really candid, though. He felt comfortable enough to share that kind of stuff. Y100 had some great Dave Matthews concerts. Speaking of Pierre, there was one that happened after September 11th, a concert at Madison Square Garden.
Amazing.
Live concert for New York City, and it was unfreaking believable. Mick Jagger and Keith Richards were there. The Who were there. It was just one amazing artist after another. And so I was actually in California for that weekend. I went and saw the Bridge School benefit out in south of San Francisco. But Pierre got to go to that live concert for NYC, and it was incredible. It was an amazing show.
A live version they do of "Salt of the Earth," the Stones.
Oh my God!
And it's one of the greatest musical moments of all time.
It's terrific.
Nice. All right, well, anyhow, discuss amongst friends today.
Look at you. You started a whole cavalcade of discussions.
What would you have liked to have been at? What live performance? Excuse me. Let's see. So the New York City Department of Health is encouraging you to get kinky this summer.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and the latest update to the city's notoriously graphic guidelines for safer sex during COVID. The agency is urging residents to get creative but play safer, especially by getting vaccinated before engaging in what some have dubbed the slutty summer of 2021. They said, make it kinky. Be creative with sexual positions and physical barriers like walls that allow sexual contact while preventing close face-to-face contact. They're talking about glory holes in that particular one. Yeah.
An extreme state of arousal.
Wow, okay.
Safer sex. I'm sorry. One more time, please.
What the hell's that?
That's Rihanna.
That's Rihanna.
Oh, okay.
Saying boner alert.
I knew that would come in handy.
So, safer sex may not seem all that sexy, but the Department of Health aims to inspire. New Yorkers shouldn't actually avoid sex parties, or should actually avoid sex parties.
Why?
Right. But for those who insist on getting their groove on, fully back this summer, the city explains that it is imperative to get jabbed before you attend get-togethers with large groups, have group sex, multiple sex partners, or sex with people that you don't know.
That's always been risky.
It says, by all means, pick larger, more open, and well-ventilated spaces for an orgy. Furthermore, those who are vaccinated but symptomatic of illness should also avoid having sex in close contact with others until after a quarantine period.
Now, there are still underground, I don't know what they've been doing during the pandemic, but underground sex clubs. Yeah. And then there were ones that were right out in the open, that places from the 90s and late 80s, like Plato's Retreat in the city, which was basically a condoned, organized orgy every night.
Okay. Now, listen, I've never been to an orgy, but I have been to a party where I'm like, oh, man, I got to sit at this table. you know, I'm sure that happens all the time at orgies where you're like...
You're waiting for someone to get up from their daisy chain so you can jump in.
Yeah, I want to be over there. I'm like, I guess
I got this big couple from Nebraska.
I want to be at table too.
So I hear you're on the radio.
Yes.
Would you shut up? I'm trying to reach completion.
Did I tell you guys the story about my friend that got invited to a party and he didn't know it was a sex party? And so it was just a normal party until about 11, and then all of a sudden, like all of this sex started breaking out.
Is it like a vampire turnover?
Well, I guess everybody kind of needed to get lubed up a little bit, no pun intended, and they were like relaxed and whatever, and then like. It was all types of sex too. It was
really
yes. It was gay sex, straight sex.
Some as big as your head.
Yeah, well, I mean, just.
And which table did he get stuck at?
He was at the solo. He was at the kids' table.
He was at the fold-out poker table. Oh, damn it! I wanted to be with Grandma.
He felt so awkward and he just left. But he didn't realize what the hell was going on, and then he's like, "Oh, that's what's going on." And then.
Yep. You guys, my friends that are swingers, when they have a party, like it's known, I'm leaving at this time because later on it's turning to something else. So I'm like, okay, well, here we go.
Is that 11?
9 o'clock, gotta go.
Is it 11 or 9? Did they put that on the invite?
I can see when the alcohol starts to kick in, and then I'm like, yep. Time to go.
Yeah, I would be a miserable failure at anything like that in a room, But it is interesting. Casey, years ago there were the Philly Jacks and things like that.
I think the Philly Jacks
do they still exist?
Around.
Okay,
yeah, well,
this was
the pandemic has
certainly put a dent in public sex facilities.
But Philly Jacks wasn't a sex club; it was just a.
It was just a self-pleasuring club.
It was
and I do that at Wendy's.
It was a jacket club.
By the way, in this recommendation, they said that research is needed to know if the virus can spread through sexual activities involving oral contact with feces.
What?
Yeah, it's a thing.
Rimming.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were.
No, you were not talking about a buffet.
ATM.
This looks good.
If engaging in oral butt stuff, the city advises using condoms and dental dams to reduce contact with saliva or feces.
Ooh, look, turds on Texas toast.
Yeah. So anyhow, they want you to get out.
That is an interesting thing to bring up. That they're bringing that up just right as we're coming out of everything.
Yeah. So there are just some.
It was a boner
suggestions. That's exactly what it was.
Boner alert.
How about this? Turns out there's a lot of alligators in Florida in the years following that tragic death of a 2-year-old at Disney World.
Such a horrible story.
They have reportedly removed 250 alligators from the area. Many of the animals removed from the area were euthanized. In 2016, Lane Thomas Graves was killed by an alligator near the Grand Floridian Resort and Spa.
He was just in a little bit of shallow water, right in an area where
Yeah.
They allow. Did they? Let me remember the story. Is
like
that
a beach?
And you could
if I recall correctly.
No, so I've been there. It's
and you can swim.
No, you cannot.
You cannot.
No,
I was wondering. Okay.
It's like it's like a little lake. It's made in the Disney resort, but but this was my issue with it was they have it set up to look like a beach.
Like a beach.
So there's sand. There's lounge chairs where parents can sit while the kids play. What is a child going to do? Of
Going to
course,
go into the water.
Walk right over to the water.
That was my question.
There's no swimming signs, and it's like the kids go in up to their knees. Like you're not going to let them fully go in and swim, but it's inviting to a child. It's inviting to a family. Go sit, let your kid play right there.
Well, the reason why Preston and I was wondering what the status was because we talked about people who go to the golf courses down there and then they'll wade into a water trap or something, not realizing that could be a very deadly proposition.
My family lived in Florida my entire life, so whenever we would go down there, I mean, they always had dogs, animals, whatever, and they always lived on a lake, and they were like, the animals can't go out there, the kids can't go out there. It was always you hung out in the screened-in porch or you went out front.
Yeah, I've played golf at a couple golf courses in Florida, and there's usually signs that say, if and it's not just water because there are also some wooded areas and so on. There'll be signs that say, if you hit your ball in here, don't go in there.
Really? Even the wooded areas?
And all kinds of stuff,
Okay.
And I think they've changed the signs at the
they
Grand
have. So
Floridian.
that's what the story is. So the companies install walls. They put up warning signs. They've also teamed with the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission in an effort to proactively remove nuisance gators from the area. Trappers were offered $30 per gator, plus whatever money was made from selling the animals' meat and hide. Not all of the gators are euthanized, however. Some are transferred to farms or zoos. Despite the efforts, guests still spot alligators in the area. I mean, you're going to. I mean,
I've never seen.
See, they accidentally netted up the gator. Yeah,
no.
Gator instead of gator.
The gator.
So 250 alligators in the past few years. It's been, I think, 5 years or 6 years.
Yeah.
Since then, so they still get them pretty regularly.
Yeah,
keeping an eye on that.
It's a big population.
Yep. All right, what else I have here? Let me look at the junk drawer. You may notice that you touch your hair more when you're anxious.
I do not.
You don't have hair.
Oh, that's right.
But do you rub your head?
I do, yes, and both of them.
So they're curious as to...
Steve's rubbing his head again. He's so anxious.
If you ever wonder why, a clinical psychologist, Matthew Childs, says playing with your hair is a typical nervous tic or sign of anxiety that could speak toward anxiety about appearance or about the way you feel within that situation. He says it can also mean the way you relate to your hair if you consider it a positive or negative physical attribute.
Is hair twirling a nervous?
I was going to say, I could see women who might have longer hair, but for guys or women who have shorter hair.
I noticed that when Preston likes someone, he will twirl his hair to the side and tilt your head. Like, have you ever had charcuterie?
I don't even know I'm doing that. So another clinical psychologist says constantly playing with your hair, it doesn't necessarily mean that you're nervous or anxious. Some people just like the sensation of it. And if you play with your hair when flirting, it could be as simple and straightforward as wanting someone to notice your hair. They said that playing with your hair can be problematic when it feels out of control or when it escalates in a constant hair pulling called trichotillomania. And if you feel you need help managing hair touching or pulling, you should talk to your doctor or therapist.
I'll tell you what is a joy. When I shave my head at night and so I don't have to do it in the morning and I get into bed and my head on the pillow, it's just tickly and wonderful. Super.
So if you're playing with your hair, it could be that you're signaling something, or it could be anxiety, and it depends on the level at which you're doing it.
What if you nervously twirl your pubic hair when you're in public, Preston?
Then you could be arrested.
Okay,
probably,
you're
if
right.
You're exposing your genitals.
Going to be arrested.
All right, another thing I wanted to mention this one. Wait, let me find it first. Oh, there it is. The Supreme Court ruled in favor of a former high school cheerleader. Remember the story? Who argued that she could not be punished by her public school for posting a profanity-laced caption on Snapchat when she was off school grounds. And the 8-1 majority opinion came in her favor.
She had posted the rant on Snapchat, as I recall.
Yeah.
And I
forgot what the nature of it, what she was complaining about.
She was complaining about the team. She was complaining about a lot of stuff, but it was her contention that the school did not have the grounds to dump her.
Yeah.
Right.
She was she suspended? Or
She was,
I don't remember.
I
Or
believe she was
expelled?
actually, I think she might have been expelled, yeah.
Okay. Nick, if you can look up the details of that, the background of that. So, according to Justice Stephen Breyer, the opinion was penned by him. He said it might be tempting to dismiss the student's words as unworthy of the robust First Amendment protections discussed herein, but sometimes it is necessary to protect the superfluous in order to preserve the necessary.
That's exactly what I say.
He said that the court has made clear that students do not shed their constitutional rights to freedom of speech or expression, even at the schoolhouse gate. But he said, hang on, we have also made clear that courts must apply the First Amendment in light of the special characteristics of the school environment.
And she was 14 when this happened.
Right. So this is a landmark case, and I was reading an article on CNET yesterday about the ramifications of this. So this could be used. A lot of times when these decisions come down, they immediately go into the arsenal of other cases that are pending. And they can say, well,
they're precedent.
Right, precedent.
Yeah.
So cases where someone might, on their private account, have commented or complained about something, and they get fired from their job. So the decision like this could figure into those decisions.
Yeah,
it's interesting.
I wonder where that is. I mean, maybe it's different because school is, state funded. If it's a public school and all that, so I don't really know.
Yeah. Okay. So let me ask you a question. Yeah. Because we're all on social media. So suppose you're in a parking lot and somebody, you cut somebody off accidentally, and they yell at you, and then you yell back at them like, "Hey, F you, buddy." Right. And you're just defending yourself or whatever. Right. You're not going to get fired for that, right?
No. I mean, it doesn't mean that you might not get fired. Would they have cause to fire you?
I'm asking
I don't think so.
With what we do. So, but let me finish my scenario.
Okay.
So you say F you, buddy, to that person. They know who you are. They send a letter to your boss saying, hey, man, this guy's told me to F off in the parking lot.
Right.
Now, a different scenario is somebody comes at you on Twitter, and then you go and defend yourself on Twitter and say, hey, go F yourself, buddy. Now, that's more of a public forum, and I think that's, you run the risk more so in that forum of getting yourself into trouble with your employers.
You probably do, but here's the deal. Like we have cause for us is like more extreme violations of like a moralities clause and things like that. Things that are like, a little.
What's the difference?
A little
What's
Twitter
the difference between telling somebody?
There's also a difference between libel and slander, right?
Yes.
So libel is written and slander is spoken, or vice versa, or whatever. So if you yell that to somebody, if I call Steve out in the parking lot and I say that I say something,
you're a child molester.
Something slanderous towards him. That's a very different case than if I were to write it on Twitter, because a written word is different than a spoken word.
Right. Well, all this case being decided will help in sort of working through this environment. It's interesting.
Okay, libel is a defamatory statement that is written. Slander is a defamatory statement that is oral. So there you go, Nick. Hang on, Casey. So when in your scenario of the parking lot thing, do you work for the same company as this person?
Yeah, I'm the same person.
No,
I'm not.
Okay.
We don't work together. I'm just saying it's the same situation. All right, so person in the parking lot, I yell. I don't yell anything libelous or slanderous. I just yell, "Hey, go F yourself, buddy." Right?
Yeah.
Now,
suck it.
Same person.
Eat a bag of D.
Similar situation comes at me on social media, and then listen. I usually tend to not do that, but catch me on the wrong day. If I reach out and say, "Hey, go F yourself, buddy," I'm not being libelous or slanderous or whatever. I'm just telling them to F off.
I think you can't say it wouldn't happen or couldn't happen. Would you have legal grounds to,
Yeah. Who knows, man? And that's why you argue about it in court.
Right,
because somebody else makes a decision, not us. But you can call a lawyer, and I'll bet you find one who goes, damn right.
It doesn't happen often, but,
And they're usually wearing a cowboy hat.
Yeah. I tend to bite my tongue more so in a setting like that than I would, I think, in a one-on-one personal face-to-face setting.
I think because we have a little bit of a higher profile with what we do. I think you always have to be aware of it. I'm aware of it all the time. That's why I don't get inflammatory on social media. It'll only come around to bite you in the ass.
By the way, what she had said on was it on Snapchat?
Yes, Snapchat.
She had said F school, F softball, F cheer, F everything. She was reacting to the fact that as a junior varsity cheerleader, she had failed to get a spot on the varsity squad. I was like Kathy when she couldn't get in select choir.
Oh my God, they went nuts. F this, F that.
When school officials learned of the outburst, she was suspended from the JV team for having violated school rules, but her lawyer sued, alleging the school had violated her freedom of speech. So, Steve, it was just she was suspended from
Just
the team,
suspended.
not even
All right.
school.
All right. I thought there was a school ramification as well.
That's a bit much, and that's when me as her parent would have gone. You didn't need to do. Listen, I know you're upset about not making the team, but making a statement like that is not a good idea. I probably would have reprimanded my own child, as opposed to call a lawyer and sue. But I don't know.
Well, and also the schools, they don't want to be involved with the social media and what kids put on social media. But then when they put that on there, now they're involved.
Well, we have an understanding here that you don't go on and on social media. My social media accounts, I don't have. There's maybe one that mentions the show. Maybe Instagram says Steve of Preston and Steve, but otherwise they're my own private accounts, and I video them, for that. But anything, companies also have to protect themselves if they have someone, a video of them reciting their manifesto. You have to have the ability to protect yourself from that.
I post pictures of my edible charcuterie board.
Yes, and look what happens.
That's
Wrestlers
what I do.
contact you.
Yes,
and we get guests.
and we get guests on the show. So you see. You can make it a positive.
If you can make it in the charcuterie world, you can make it anywhere.
All right, that's all we have time for in the junk drawer. And in fact, yes, we will be having wrestler Drew Gulak from the WWE stopping by, and I have made another edible charcuterie board. And
see, the world makes sense at the end.
It does. All right, let's take a break and come back in a second, and we'll get into the bizarre file when we return. We also have our buddy Rob McElhenney. It's a source of comfort and pride. Route 309 in Hatfield or at decksupplies.com. Let's begin in Tennessee with a North Carolina man who was charged with abuse of a corpse after a woman's body was found in a large storage tote in his car. Now, police were able to catch him because a local woman contacted them after the man had asked her to help him dispose of the body. And the woman told officers she had been talking to Michael Cadigan for 5 years, but just on social media. And for their first meetup, he had a strange request. He told the woman that he had strangled his girlfriend during an argument over another man, and he wanted help disposing of the car.
Great to meet you. I have something I need you to do. If you have a second, I just strangled my ex, and I really need some help burying the body. Would you be able to assist? Hey, there's a meal in it for you.
Records show that the woman arranged a meeting with Cadigan at a marina. When he arrived at the marina, officers were waiting for him. Deputies obtained a search warrant, found the woman's body inside of the tote in the car, right? Yeah. He was arrested. The body's identified as 19-year-old Gianna Rose Delgado.
She found him attractive, though, because he's proactive.
Cadigan is being held for murder with no bond.
That's just insane.
Yeah. Speaking of insane, a massive country music festival in Kentucky this past weekend started off on a rocky footing. Police found meth, marijuana, and an open bottle of alcohol in the very first vehicle that they stopped.
Wow.
At a checkpoint.
We didn't even have to work at all.
One of the people in the car had 2 active warrants out for their arrest. And by the end of the 5-day bash, which was dubbed the Redneck Rave, one man had been impaled, one woman had been strangled to the point of unconsciousness, and one throat had been slit.
Okay, I changed my mind. I would go to that outdoor festival.
In all, authorities arrested 14 people and charged 4 dozen people from 5 different states.
Wow.
The event, organized by country rapper Justin Time, took place in Blue Holler Off-Road Park and drew a crowd of tens of thousands, doubling the population of the unincorporated town of Ollie, which is so small it doesn't even have a stoplight. Redneck Rave promoters bragged that they had sold more than 20,000 tickets. The lengthy get-down advertised as the biggest country party you'll ever go to, boasted a demolition derby, goldfish racing, and a full-scale football game, as well as a series of concerts. The details of the Redneck Raves incidents are grisly. One person slit a friend's throat and remains at large. A 29-year-old man had allegedly strangled a woman until she passed out.
Wow.
One person lost the better part of a finger.
Jeez.
Another one was impaled as he drove a side-by-side over a 2 to 3 inch log that broke through the bottom of his RV. Paramedics left the log inside of him as they airlifted him to the hospital.
You know what I'm thinking? We have to broadcast in there next year.
Well, by the way, Justin Time, who organized it, wrote on Facebook, "This was the biggest event we've ever done, and with as many people and random things that popped up unexpectedly, I feel like we all handled it very well."
There you go.
That's what he says. Spider-Man took a break from fighting crime this week to visit Pope Francis at the Vatican. During the Pope's weekly
Spider-Man's here.
The weekly papal audience on Wednesday, an attendee dressed as Spider-Man was spotted in the VIP section of the Vatican's San Damaso courtyard.
Is it true that you can do whatever a spider can?
The papal audience is held each Wednesday when the Pope is in Rome and gives visitors a chance to see and interact with the Pope as he delivers small teachings, readings, and prayers.
Can you spin a web anytime?
Wearing the full costume of the beloved Marvel superhero, including the skin-tight red bodysuit and head covering, Spider-Man, whose identity was later revealed to be
Peter Parker?
No, Mattia Viardita, sat quietly beside a priest and listened to the Pope's service. At the end of the papal audience, Viardita got the chance to personally meet the Pope. In a photo that appeared to be straight out of a movie, Pope Francis was captured greeting Viardita and happily shaking his hand.
Well, this is also part of the introduction of the new comic book character, Preston, Spider-Pope.
Oh my God, that'd be perfect. During their exchange, Viardita also gifted the Pope a Spider-Man mask.
Wow.
Which is seen in the Pope's right hand in an image. By the way, Viardita of Northern Italy was invited to the audience as a VIP guest for his work as dressing up as Spider-Man and visiting sick children in the hospital.
So it's not like if you dress in a costume, you're going to get bumped into the VIP section.
Yeah, actually, last year, Italy's President Sergio
Hulk, I'm here to meet the Pope.
Mattarella had presented Viardita with an award for bringing joy to children in the hospital. So he's done a lot of charity work.
It's a hilarious shot, though, him shaking hands with Spider-Man.
Great. Yeah, it's great. In California, a herd of cows got loose and were running through a neighborhood Tuesday night. It is believed they got loose from a slaughterhouse in the area.
It's a break!
At least 34 cows were seen trotting down the streets, first running in the roadway, then cutting through yards and trampling bushes. And the L.A. Sheriff's Department reported at about 8:35 p.m. that several cows were in the area. One cow was shot and killed.
Oh, my God.
By a deputy, Steve.
That's an utter catastrophe.
Thank you. During the incident, after the animal injured a person, it appeared the cow was making a move to run over a baby.
A move?
So they shot it. Deputies were called to the area to help.
My baby! My baby!
Round up the wandering herd. The department was advising people to steer clear.
Yeah. Well, what's their beef?
Well, they were on a stakeout.
Whatever.
All right, cattle they can become aggressive, right? If
they can kill you. Yeah, most definitely.
Especially if they have guns.
All right, one last story. This is a follow-up. You remember Ghassame Sithole?
Yes, yes.
She said
the whole Sithole family.
She had delivered decuplets. How do you say that word? Is it decuplets?
I'd say decuplets. 10 babies.
In which would have been a world record. The claim led to the Guinness Book of World Records to confirm that they were investigating. However, in recent weeks, speculation has gathered pace that Sithole had not, in fact, given birth to 10 children or any children at all, for that matter.
Was it just a shart?
And now, local news sites say that she's been admitted to a Johannesburg hospital for psychiatric evaluation.
So the entire thing, no sign, no verification, nothing, no children whatsoever. She's just out of her mind.
Yeah, she had told journalists that she was originally informed that she was carrying 6 children before the number was revised up to 8. She claimed to have eventually delivered 7 boys and 3 girls after a 7-month pregnancy.
So did she So she faked that the picture of her with the.
Guess.
Yeah, there was a picture.
Yeah, it was an outlandish, baby bump.
A source claimed a medical assessment of Sithole had shown no evidence of a recent pregnancy, as well as no physical scars to indicate a recent C-section, as she had previously claimed.
Wow.
To add fuel to the speculation, her partner Teboga Tsetsetse had revealed that he himself had not seen any evidence of the children.
Wouldn't he know?
Yeah, and the family issued a statement that basically said, she wasn't
in her right mind.
Yeah, and they wish to apologize for any inconvenience and embarrassment. Her lawyer said that his client was now being held against her will at a hospital in Johannesburg, saying that she declined that she should be taken to the hospital for psychiatric evaluation because she felt strongly that she is in a sound mind. But clearly, there's an issue there.
Preston, this picture of her with the huge baby bump, was she pledging a fraternity at the time?
Maybe that was it. It's all meat underneath there. So, all right, and that is what I have in the B file. We're going to take a break. When we get back, we're going to start welcoming some guests to the studio. We have a few of them. One of them, a professional wrestler, is going to be with us when we get back. So make sure that you stay with us because we'll return shortly.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
The Preston and Steve Small Business Love You, Help You line.
I am Rob.
And we were surprised to find out that he grew up listening to our show. And we're stoked to welcome Mr. Drew Gulak to the program this morning.
Hi, guys.
How you doing, Drew?
I'm wonderful. This is really surreal. I did grow up listening to the show. I listened back when it was Preston, Maryland. And
wow. All the way back. Y100, yeah. I joined, it was Preston and Maryland, then Preston, Maryland, and Steve.
Right.
Then
for just like a few weeks, and then Preston, Maryland, Steve, and then Maryland went on her own. She'd bailed from the show, which we're still buddies with her to this day. And then it became the Preston and Steve show.
Well, there's a step in between where it was the McNeil Lair report, right between that and when Maryland left, and then we became our show. Yeah. We don't know why we did that. It was very stupid.
So it's pretty wild. The way we found out about you is you had commented on a post I had on Instagram, and I saw the little blue check by your name, and I'm like, what's this all about? And then we find out a little bit more that you grew up in the area. I was just so blown away to see you comment on my edible cheese board that I made.
It was a beautiful edible cheese board, and I saw there might be another one.
I made one last night, and I brought it in.
I'm so sorry.
We're going to sample it.
I'm so sorry you made one.
I need it. I'm working on it.
You picked a good one to dive in on, though, because we had the conversation, and we do the thing called the connoisseur, and Preston brought up this thing, and everybody's going, man, that sounds awesome. And then he posted the picture, like almost that night he took a crack at it, and everyone's going, man, that's awesome. So you dove in at the right point. If you're ever going to make a comment, the baked charcuterie board was the time to do it.
That's the ticket in.
That was it.
And this is only the second one I've made, so I do need to work on it a bit, so I don't feel bad at all that I had to make another one.
No, I'm already impressed.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that.
Beautiful.
So where did you grow up in the area?
So to the age of 10, I lived in Montgomeryville.
Okay.
And then I moved to Fox Chase in Northeast Philly. And then was there through high school, went to Drexel for 2 years.
Okay. Was it Northeast High that you went to?
Yeah, Northeast High School.
Right.
Most
were you
popular high school in the city.
Where were you studying at
That's
Drexel?
164. At Drexel, I actually went to be an architectural engineer.
Okay, yeah, that's the school to go to.
That lasted 1 quarter, because they did quarters there.
Yeah, dude.
Was it just too hard? Or?
It's hard.
It wasn't so much that it was hard. I just wasn't interested in all the math.
Okay.
Do you know what the great part of archecture is? Building the little tiny replicas of what you're going to build. To me, that was it. That was always so
I'd
cool.
still be doing it.
Yeah.
Drew, when my very brief college moment, I took astronomy. I'm like, I've always loved the stars. This would be really cool. It'd be really interesting. My God, was it hard.
It's physics.
It was all physics and math, and I'm like, this is not what I signed up for, man.
Yeah, that's
so
what it was like.
On that. No
that's exactly what it was like. I switched into film for a little bit, and just decided I wanted to focus on wrestling, which is I've been doing that since high school.
So were you football or anything in school?
Wrestling team.
Just a wrestling team.
Just the wrestling team.
So you do have a classical wrestling.
Yeah, an amateur wrestling background.
How did you do in high school? How were you?
I did okay. So city kids have it tougher. Like if you grew up in the suburbs, you're probably doing wrestling from a very young age, and you're doing it a lot.
Yep.
And for me, it was like I met my biology teacher. He happened to be the wrestling coach. And he was like, hey, come try out for the team. And I made the team, and the practices were grueling and stuff. And I did pretty well. I think I made varsity senior year. It was captain senior year. Varsity maybe sophomore year. Junior year. Yeah. So I did okay. But it wasn't like my one focus too.
Right.
While I was doing that second year of amateur wrestling, I started training professional wrestling, which was, I don't know, thinking back, I love talking about it because I would go from high school, and then I would go to high school wrestling practice, and then I would get in a car, drive 45 minutes to Deptford at the time, and do professional wrestling practice till 10:30 at night. Wow. Then I get home and I got to wake up the next morning. I remember
that's commitment.
Man, yeah, it was grueling then, but I loved pro wrestling so much, and nothing was going to stop me.
So going from the amateur to pro, obviously, you got to work on the moves. You got to know what you're doing. You have to be proficient in the ring. But you also have to, is a part of that, being physically large. I mean, making sure that the muscles are big and impressive, because that's part of it. Looking at those guys, looking at you guys, you have to go, wow, man.
Yeah.
So that's a whole other thing outside of just the technique of wrestling. It's also, you got to look really good, too.
It's true. It's true. And when I started, I didn't even think about physique. I didn't think about strength training. I had a wonderful strength training teacher in high school, so thankfully I had that. Mm-hmm. I had the amateur background, so I was in shape. I wasn't huge.
Right.
I was maybe 180 pounds when I started.
We've talked about this, even in general, and wrestling goes through the WWE and you had been with Combat Zone as well. But right now we're in I think you have the best athletes who are doing it, but they're not necessarily Andre the Giant size.
Yes,
it's
right.
not that. So what you'll get is you're getting like uber stuntman level stuff going on from guys who are really, I think, more athletic than they've been in a while. Would you agree with that?
So I'll agree hands down. Like we have the best athletes ever in the history of professional wrestling right now in WWE. However, we have a guy named Amos right now who's 7'4".
Well, you don't want to piss him off,
no. Right? But I'd say he's an even more impressive athlete than Andre was. As fantastic of an athlete as Andre was, and the way he would move around the ring. I'd say Amos, even though he's newer, he's got more potential athletically for sure.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, listen, you're always going to have the showstoppers, right? You got your Andre the Giants, your King Kong Bundys, your Hulk Hogan's, Big John Studd, the big dudes that are the showstoppers, The Rock,
Undertaker,
Sure. But you also, I mean, you have your would you say pound for pound best wrestler of all time? Somebody like Shawn Michaels or
you can absolutely argue that. Yeah, totally.
And listen, Shawn Michaels is not, he's not a twig,
showstopper,
but he is also, he's just got such amazing athleticism that, and that's what people go to see.
Yeah, I mean, listen, we've talked about this many times, and it is not false praise to say that the people that we have who come in are the wrestlers are the best entertainers, the best with the audience. That's why they can port so easily a la Dwayne Johnson into movies. Yeah. You know how to do it. So, a film career in your future could be possible. Yeah. And so with that, I mean, I don't think there's any kind of training for being in the public eye and for doing that sort of work that's any better than the WWE in this world you're in right now.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for saying that.
Yeah.
I agree completely. Just the experiences I had, even on my journey to get to WWE and traveling around the world and learning how to make a career as an independent wrestler.
Right.
Very similar to like an independent musician has to find their bookings that they work, that they enjoy working.
Sure,
and, can make them a profit or get them noticed and merchandising and stuff like that. And then just meeting connections and growing. That experience alone, I feel like I can do anything. I can take on whatever. I need to.
When did you learn that portion of it? Because you go to high school and you're a good wrestler, right? And that's athletics. But then, did you go to drama club? Did you learn how to write a script? Because there are these storylines that, as just a guy who's competing in wrestling, that you're not worried about that. But then you get into the entertainment side of things, and it really changes the dynamic. So how did you and when did you learn that part of the business?
So I would say that the high school wrestling, if anything, it didn't really push me into the pro wrestling career. If anything, gave me a good foundation athletically to kind of not get hurt in training.
Right.
The performance side of everything and the creative side of everything, that kind of grew organically for me just over time, gradually, because I was independent. I didn't have somebody strictly coaching me on just, you need to do this here, you got to do this, at certain times. I had to kind of experiment and find that out on my own. Now, I did work for certain places that had very scripted out storylines and stuff like that.
Right.
And that's another thing I had in my wheelhouse, just based on that experience alone. It wasn't one strict thing. I'd say it took me about 6 years to start to get comfortable and learn all of that and how to put it all together, just for me. That was my story. But just a very gradual experience learning the performance side of it.
What was mom and dad's reaction when
from architect?
From architect?
What do you mean?
Yeah, right.
Oh, we had hoped you would put that architecture stuff aside.
That was not the conversation that we had.
There's no work in architecture.
No, it was interesting. My family, they knew that I was super passionate about it, but they didn't really get professional wrestling. They didn't understand it. So to do it on an independent level, that's real scary as a parent, seeing your kid just go and just mess around at these shows. You don't even know what's happening there. He could get hurt. He's not making money. I'm making maybe $50 to $200 at most. That's a really good payday on an independent level, for real. That's pretty scary as a parent.
Do you know what's funny, though? If you were to go, and I wonder if you go to your parents and say, I would like to become a Hollywood stuntman, or a wrestler, because essentially in this, what they call sports entertainment, there's just a nuanced difference between them, but still just somehow we think, but that has to, look, they look at your success.
Did you see the movie The Wrestler?
We talk about it all the time. It's amazing.
I was very lucky to be there when they were filming it at the arena in South Philly. My poster's in the movie.
That's awesome.
Little tidbit. But one of the things I thought was so cool about when Aronofsky created that story is that he did it kind of in conjunction with Black Swan.
Yeah.
And he considered, originally they were the same movie, and then he turned the ballerina into a stripper, and that's where Marissa Tomei's character came from. So he made Black Swan separately. But when they designed that story, it was the merging of like what people consider a low-class art form and what people consider a high-class art form between wrestling and ballet.
That's wild.
And showing the obsession that performers can go through trying to reach heights in the same thing. Yeah.
But it's such
very cool.
It's such, and also I'll say this: in the evolution, you guys are always like whip smart. You know, there was this perception for the longest time. You know, these things.
Yeah.
But to conduct these things and to do this at the level you do it, you know, is very intense. And talking about getting your thing. What is your gimmick? What is your, you know, because you've got to have that immediate high concept thing that the audience can go, okay, he's this guy, he's the heel, he's the you know, he's the bad guy or the good guy, or we don't know.
Bad guy, guys.
So let me ask you, given your druthers, what appeals to you more? The heel or the hero, or
being a good guy or a bad guy?
Yeah.
I like both. I'm rare. Like I actually, most people would say that like, I like being a heel because that's easier. It's easier to get people pissed off at you instead of you know, people to cheer for you authentically.
But I
enjoy
love
both.
I always love the transition out of the bad guy who's suddenly like, wait a second, he might be good, because the audience tends to like. We understand this guy now.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
They know.
So many of them,
follow.
we're bad and then become good.
I think historically, too, those are the most successful kind of characters that take off. Like Stone Cold Steve Austin's a perfect example, where he came in when he started doing the Stone Cold character. Like, he was just badass, no nonsense, but he was beating up people that people really cared about. And you know, that was not enjoyed for a lot of fans. And then they started realizing he doesn't take crap from anybody.
Yeah.
And then it was a natural, organic turn. And then he became the biggest star in wrestling at the time.
Hey, do you as a wrestler get a say in your storyline? Can you suggest things at least?
So the most surprising thing that I've learned about working with WWE is how collaborative everything is.
Really? Okay. That's awesome.
Fans are usually surprised to hear that.
Yeah.
And I know like a lot of wrestlers who are trying to make it there are very surprised to hear that a lot of the time.
Okay.
Drew, you get to perform in front of fans again soon in person. That it's been a year and a half, right?
Yeah, man.
And
we got
so
fans coming back.
And when and where is that going to happen?
So I believe it's the second week in July. We're doing a tour in Dallas. It's going to be SmackDown in Houston, and I believe Money in the Bank is that weekend in Fort Worth, and then Raw, which is the show that I'm currently a part of, will be in Dallas. And then from there, we just kind of go.
That's cool.
You know what was the proof that what you guys do is effective is that, bereft of an audience when you were conducting it, it sort of looked like a wild stage play, like Arthur Miller meets wrestling, and yet the fan base stayed, for the most part, locked in.
Yeah.
You know? I mean, so if you didn't have the ability to riff and to, you know, it was just such a weird thing. The audio from a lot of those matches is some of the funniest stuff, because, you know, you always hear the crowd and the murmur and the whole thing and all that punctuating.
Yeah.
And suddenly it became, you know, like Who's Afraid of Virginia Woolf? You know, and it's this weird thing, but you guys were able to do it. You know,
that was an amazing experience. Not in a good way, but just not in the best way. It was just unique and amazing to be a part of that. Like Vince McMahon is very dedicated, extremely dedicated, and like there was no way he was going to stop the show. He had to keep the show going. We did it.
Do you think anything's going to stay? Is there anything that you guys gleaned from that will stay with the, you know, post-COVID world of wrestling?
I think technologically we advanced a lot of things.
Yeah.
Building the Thunderdome, which is what they called the live stage that they built. Testing things with like augmented reality for people's entrances and just that kind of stuff all got laser focused on, because you know, we were in a sterile environment at first. So you'll see a lot of that carry on to the live events in new ways that you probably haven't seen yet, for sure.
I'm going through your Instagram, which is just it's definitely a fun scroll here.
Yeah,
but
thanks, man.
You know, there's a picture of you in the Nature Boy. I mean, that is, you know, for a fan, like you're a fan before you were an employee, right? Like, so, and it just says always an honor. So when I read that, I go, oh, So you've met and hung out with Ric Flair more than one time. Like that's got to be so cool.
It's awesome. He comes by all the time, even if he's not, featured on the show. His daughter, extremely successful wrestler, Charlotte Flair, very talented. So he'll come by and watch her perform, or he'll just come and support the other wrestlers. And
Well,
Rick's awesome.
I got an email from a guy. I wasn't going to say anything I didn't know you had a connection with Ric Flair. I got an email from a guy who was desperately trying to get Ric Flair to be the best man at his wedding.
Oh, okay.
And he wanted me to ask you about it. And I'm like, I don't know, man.
He's got a wedding reception website.
No way.
I wouldn't doubt it.
He's also a moil.
Yeah, need a bris done.
But honestly,
Ric Flair was my moil.
How much is that guy willing to pay, and how much is what's the number for Ric Flair to do that?
Right. Probably.
I gotta imagine a couple 100,000.
I've mentioned this before, but I grew up just as a kid detesting, hating. I thought he was the most vile human being, Ric Flair. I hated him. He was so mean to everybody. He was such a show off. And it wasn't until I was a full-grown adult, well into my 40s, that I was on YouTube and I pulled up a video of Ric Flair's greatest rants. And I didn't know how much entertainment that guy had given me as a kid.
Mm-hmm.
And I just fell in love with him.
Yeah.
I did, because I literally, I was scared of the guy when I was a kid.
That's how I felt about Sergeant Slaughter. I was legit. Wow. I was oh my, because I saw him whipping some guy, and I was like, dude, he's beating. He's beating that guy with a whip. That's right. What if he comes to my house?
It's so great though that becomes that's the stuff you carry with you through your life.
He stole Harley Race's cowboy hat and crumpled it up, and I'm like, you don't do that, And I was but I didn't realize it until later that it was actually a really, those memories are so fun to think about. And it was something special, man. And you're creating those memories for some people.
Yeah, it's surreal. That's it's really cool.
All right.
Don't take it for granted.
So Ric Flair is undoubtedly a legend, and everything that the credit is credit due, right? But I was texting with a friend yesterday, and I am so exhausted by the Ric Flair woo at Phillies games and Flyers games. It personally drives me nuts. Have you heard it, and do you have an opinion on that? Have you ever heard fans? They do the woo.
So of course, I will be in a crowd randomly outside, and people will say woo.
Right.
And it's just knowing where it comes from. It's really cool. I take pride in being a part of that community. The yes chants. Have you heard those?
Yeah.
Daniel Bryan.
Yeah.
Exactly. Someone who I was very close. I'm very close with. That kind of stuff is awesome.
But it turned to no for a while too, or something, right? That confused me. Or he was saying no, or.
Well, you're a good guy. Yeah.
He's how it works, man. He's been by here a bunch of times. I like him a lot.
He's great.
I never get tired of the woos. I'm okay with them all the time. My neighbor across the street from me, whenever he comes outside, if we're outside, he goes, woo!
Seriously?
And he's older, too.
Well, what reaction do you give him when you go
I give him a woo back.
So he's going to do it every time.
And then I do it to him. So now when I see him, I go, woo! And
That's
he
your
goes,
thing.
woo.
He thinks you're best friends.
It's like Screaming Slayer, right?
That's right. Here is a storyline I'd love to see for you guys.
Okay.
By the way, if you're just tuning in, it's Drew Gulak. I just want to reset from WWE.
Thanks.
Here. Yep.
And I think this opens up a new, perhaps a new audience. What about the Paul brothers? Maybe we call those guys out because they love the boxing and the MMA and all that stuff.
Yeah.
And let's see him get in the ring with you.
Jake Paul and Logan Paul.
Yeah,
we had Logan Paul at WrestleMania this year.
He actually, and the reaction was pretty good. From what and you can, dismiss this as BS if it's not the case, but they talked to some of the wrestlers and they said they gave him props.
Yeah, I'd like to see a tag team match.
I mean, I think there's potential in your storyline idea. Mm-hmm. Yeah, but I will say that celebrities coming in, it's always it's a good way to cross over and bring new audiences. We had Bad Bunny this year.
Oh my God,
he's one of the biggest artists.
Well, what about Dua Lipa? I think maybe if you bring her in.
Yeah.
Okay.
If you can, you want to make it happen. We can.
Oh, he's got a lot of ideas.
Some phone numbers.
Like a plot line that mimics Steel Magnolias would be really good.
Right. Exactly.
That was not my idea.
No.
Terrible.
Now, I also read your younger brother had wrestled as well.
Yeah. So we did it together. We trained together.
He didn't make the cut though, or did he not want to try for
no.
the big show?
He he was, I guess he didn't really get to the WWE level, but in the independent career, he had a very successful independent wrestling career.
What do you think, like the big leagues in any major sports? So to become the amount of people that play football and the amount of people that make it to the NFL is minuscule. It's microscopic. What about wrestling? Because there are so many independent wrestling groups out there.
So I would say, from training, from people who start training, I'd say it's about 1 in 10 who continue on just to wrestle in general. And then on the independents, now there's more jobs than ever in wrestling with, AEW starting up on TNT, WWE just expanding.
Yeah.
And then some other promotions, being able to actually, offer decent wages for people now. So it's better now than it's ever been, but I'd still say it's about 1 in maybe, I don't know, 100 to try to go on to really maybe even 1,000 depending on how many people there are. Yeah, it's a pretty small amount.
Do you remember your first match in the big league?
Oh, in WWE. Yeah. I was a part of the Cruiserweight Classic when they came in. It's all timing. Like if anyone's listening out there as an independent wrestler, it's all timing. Just keep working.
Yeah.
So for me, I had a tryout with them in 2015. I did not get hired from the tryout. They could only take one person from my group out of 72 people.
Wow.
There was maybe 5 or 6 wrestlers who were experienced there. The rest were all pro athletes. They could only hire one of us. So the rest of us were all told, maybe something in the future, guys. You did great, thanks. So I was just like, okay, just be patient. And then a year later, they started this thing called the Cruiserweight Classic, which they wanted to honor the athleticism and the history of smaller wrestlers, being more competitive. And they created this tournament, and they needed, as William Regal told me, they needed groundsmen, and I was a prominent groundsman.
Right.
So they brought me in for that. I did pretty well, made it to the second round, had a good showing. Then they took that show and they took our division and made it a featured attraction on Monday Night Raw.
Okay.
So before I was ever offered a WWE contract, I was wrestling on Monday Night Raw and their local, their pay-per-views, their monthly pay-per-views. And so I would go from my independent wrestling show
to Raw
to the pay-per-view show, and
Wow.
then drive to Raw the overnight and do the Cruiserweight division. And then later on in the year, I was able to earn a full-time contract. They started up 205 Live, which is still going on today. And that was their first experimental streaming show that they created based on the Cruiserweight division. So I got in at a very cool, where technology meets wrestling and everything grows. It's very historic. Very lucky.
Let me ask you. So we know Vince McMahon is the muckety muck, but I mean, there's now so many tendrils to this world. Is there a second person who's who he can delegate to, who's the overseer of all this? Because it seems like it's just too damn much for Vince to be, checking everything all the time.
So that's the one thing that I don't think you could ever say to him is that something's too much for him.
Right.
Yeah, so he's very much still at all the shows and running the shows and sitting backstage and doing that. And then NXT, which was originally developmental brand and has now become the third brand for WWE. They have a show on USA. That's run by Triple H.
Okay.
And he's kind of doing what Vince did there with that show.
All right, so how many nights of programming is there a week with WWE? And all the
across
tendrils.
everything. I would say 6 or 7 right now, per week.
And they're in all
let's list them. So we got Raw, that's on USA Network. We got NXT, which is on USA Network. We got SmackDown, which is on Fox. Then secondary shows, we have NXT UK, which is in the UK, and that's now on Peacock. 205 Live, which is on Peacock, and then we have W's Main Event, which is a pseudo recap show, and then some exclusive matches. I'm featured on there quite a bit.
Right.
That'll be on Hulu.
And then
I think that's
pay-per-views once a month.
And then pay-per-views once a month. Yeah.
Okay.
That's a machine. That's a ton of entertainment, man.
Yeah,
That's a ton of stuff.
Plus NXT has their own pay-per-views too, so those are happening I think 6 times a year.
And they're in different cities every
They will be going forward. Yeah.
Oh man,
just talking about all this has made me hungry.
Yeah. Well, we got to get to that, Preston.
We have to.
That's why this man is here.
Marissa is now going to bring in my edible charcuterie board that drew the attention of Drew Gulak, and we are now going to sample this. Here it is. I don't have any fanfare music or anything like that, but
all right. Case.
Oh, you know what?
Here we go. Thank you.
Marissa, can I get a knife to cut the brie, please?
Yes, to cut the brie. That's probably something you hear a lot in wrestling.
Is for cutting this. So I'm going to let Drew sample this. And actually, you're supposed to just kind of like grab it and tear it. Now, keep in mind, I put this in the fridge overnight. It probably would be better if it were fresh.
Fresh off the grill.
Yeah, fresh off the grill, exactly. So,
Drew, that can be your catchphrase, your new catchphrase. Somebody get me a knife so I can cut the brie.
Cut the brie.
No, but I do like fresh off the grill.
I like fresh off the grill.
Fresh off the grill.
Fresh off the grill, brother.
We start a restaurant
added a little Hulk in there, but
this bread has all sorts of little cheeses in it.
And what did I call the honey divot?
Where's the honey divot?
Charcuterie. All right, so I'm gonna.
He has to have the first taste.
A little corner, you can grab some cheese or meat, and this is honey that you can dip it in.
Is that the honey divot?
I think Casey said he wanted to feed me.
I did.
All right. Well, maybe that happens.
Not the first bite, though.
No, he has to. A man has to share alone time with his
I don't
bread
want to.
charcuterie.
All right, so what do you recommend?
I would go with the piece of bread, a piece of brie, just to start with, and dip it in the honey. So
you grilled this.
Yeah, I grilled it.
That's amazing.
So grab a little piece of brie there. You can tear off some of that if you want
Get
to.
in there.
And then
you said some honey?
Yeah, dip it in a little bit of honey there.
Okay.
Okay, while he's doing this, it's bothering me. You know when someone reminds you of somebody but you can't figure out who it is? It's another athlete.
Dornbos.
Okay, is that it?
He reminds you of Dornbos?
Yes, it's the way he speaks.
Okay, he's got a bite. Is it a little crunchy? Or yeah, because you got a corner piece. So.
You picked the crunchiest part.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. Oh, that's good.
Is it good?
Yeah.
Excellent.
Yay!
So we have breakfast of champions right now.
Now Casey's going to, I think he's going to feed Drew a piece of it. Yeah, because they went on social media about this.
Okay.
Casey said he would like to feed him a piece.
Maybe a little less crunchy.
Something that won't blow his teeth out of his skull.
The corner's very crunchy. I apologize.
No, it's good, man.
I went a little long.
Good.
You know, Casey gave an enema to Ric Flair once. So this
That's where the woo came from.
That's where the woo came from.
All right. So you want some meat?
Yeah, give me some savory.
I never knew that.
Yeah,
that the
from
woo came
enema
from
for
that.
Casey.
Yeah, a little prosciutto.
Yeah.
I would recommend this cheese right there. That's called Prima Donna. It is a Gouda. It is fantastic.
Okay, Prima Donna.
And you can either go with the honey or not. It's up to you. So
good.
All right, Case. Make this matter.
That's a big piece.
He's
he's a big man.
He's a big boy.
Yeah.
All right, here we go,
buddy.
All right, he is
No,
now.
Case. Do the plane.
Yeah.
Do the plane.
Yeah, can I get an airplane?
Who's a big boy?
From the top turnbuckle all the way into Drew's
That's a
mouth.
first.
So yeah.
So this thing is so it looks so good. I got to try some.
When we get to the break, you guys can have at it. I made it for here. The staff can help themselves.
Drew, how's your barbecuing and cooking?
Give him a minute.
Is this something you think you could tackle?
We need some water.
Yeah.
Buddy.
No, that's good. So, yeah, grilling. I know nothing about it.
Okay.
But so I just bought my first house. And, thank you guys. Thank you.
Yeah.
So.
Oh yeah. Where's home for you, by the way, now?
So right now I'm in Orlando, but I
Okay.
come up to Philly as much as I can.
On the auto train.
Yeah, I just take the auto train up there on the gyrocopter.
Right. The Vince McMahon gyrocopter.
the Gulag copter.
Yeah.
So yeah, Orlando.
Yeah, so you just got a house. That's cool.
Yeah, we just got a house down there.
Nice. And are you married?
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
Yeah, my wife Liz. Yeah.
Any kids or
No kids.
All right.
Did you ever see an alligator in the wild?
Casey is obsessed with actually seeing an alligator, not at Gatorland.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, dude,
out and about.
So the only thing we wanted to do since moving down there is like, where are the alligators? See 'em? The only time I've seen one, we visited Kennedy Space Center, and they're just on the side of the road.
Oh.
You spend enough time, you will see your share of gators, and they also have the snakes and the.
I saw one at the airport. I mean,
Yeah.
they actually have these ponds out
Yes,
there,
yes.
and I've seen them out sunning themselves.
My wife
says
didn't
that
believe
doesn't
me.
count.
She
It
didn't
doesn't count. It doesn't count. I want to see a giant one on the side of a So we went to Rocco's Tacos one time, and there's like a giant lake behind there. And I went out, and it was at night. And my friend was saying, if you usually you can see their eyes like glistening in the night and stuff. I couldn't even see that. It was cold though. It was a little cold.
Yeah, it was a little chilly.
All right. So we have to get the rating 1 to 10 on the charcuterie baked board. What are you giving it?
That's a 15.
A 15!
Yeah, that's a 15.
All right, excellent.
Somebody get me a knife so I can cut the breed.
Well, listen, Drew, this is awesome to meet you in person.
Yeah, this is great. Thank you for having me.
And you're back in town from time to time, so we'll find a reason to hook up again, I'm sure.
Please, anytime. This is great.
And especially if...
do you all still say, hey, bitches?
Yes. Oh, yeah.
All right, cool.
Hey, if you want to, go ahead, say it.
Hey, bitches.
Hey, what?
And maybe if, maybe Monday Night Raw, you'll be back at home performing.
Philadelphia hasn't been announced yet for a tour, but I'm sure it'll be announced sometime in the near future.
That's awesome.
Usually once a year.
Yeah,
we
once or
get
twice.
it. So,
Yeah.
Excellent. Awesome. Well, listen, thanks so much for coming by, man. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Thank you guys so much. This was awesome.
Let's hear it for Drew Gulak, guys. WWE wrestler, fan of the Preston and Steve Show, and a Philly hometown guy. I love it.
Yep.
We're going to take a break, and we're going to meet more Philly hometown lover. Buddy Rob McElhenney is on. Musician Don McCloskey, who is awesome, is going to be joining as well. So make sure you stay put. We'll be right back. And I still love the we walk and we buy it, light up the fireline, skyline in Philly tonight. Please welcome Mr. Don McCluskey to
What's
the
going on?
show. How you doing, Don?
Doing great, man. Good to be here.
To see
good to be
you,
back.
sir.
We should do this once a decade. For
We
sure.
should, right? Isn't that when we do it?
Absolutely.
Oh my God.
Well, every time one of the major teams in the city wins a championship, we just get together.
That's right. So it's it could be more than once a decade.
Well, you've got a song that is going to be appearing tomorrow night on the season finale of Mythic Quest.
Correct. Yeah. Correct.
That's pretty awesome, and we're gonna welcome our other guest here in just a moment and how that all came together.
Oh, who's coming? Who is it?
We're gonna introduce you to him.
Oh, nice. Looking for it.
No, he's an old friend of yours. But let me play a little bit of the song. What is the title of the song?
This song is called "First in Flight." It's the first single from the new album.
Okay.
Two American boys gonna conquer the dream, gonna turn their bicycle into a flying machine. And against all odds, they believe that they will get a little closer to God out on Kill Devil Hill.
I love this little calypso beat feel thing.
Yeah.
That's really cool.
Is it about the Wright brothers?
Yes.
It starts off about the Wright brothers, and then it continues on. Yeah.
Well, you know what? I mean this as the incredible compliment that it's meant to be. It has very Graceland sounding
Absolutely.
vibe to it.
Absolutely.
No more will I stumble, no more will I fall. Came crashing to my knees, but I'm beginning to grow. Yeah, I'm standing on my own feet. Whoa, I'm running to the light.
I dig it. Yeah. I dig it. This is fun. I've got a playlist I call Feel Good.
Yeah.
That would go on my Feel Good playlist.
This is feeling really good at the moment, where everybody's coming outside again. Summertime.
We need
and
that.
And the theme, is about overcoming obstacles and just picking back up and carrying on.
Beautiful thing. It's going to be on Mythic Quest season finale tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, Rob McElhenney is with us yet
Good morning,
again.
everybody. Hi, Don.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
Oh, man, just living the dream.
All right, so you guys go back to high school days, right, Don?
Yes, indeed.
You guys both went to St. Joe's Prep?
We both went to the prep.
Nice. Same year?
Same year, 95. Okay. Yeah, same English classroom, same... what, Rob?
Freshman year high school. I mean,
and then progressed on?
Yeah, exactly.
All the way through. So that was 1947.
That's right.
It's great.
I was
old-timey.
I was going to wear, I got a brand new prep hat for Father's Day. Rob, my son's going to the prep next year, and I was going to wear it today, and it didn't match what I was wearing. I actually had it in my hand. I wish I would have worn it.
Crimson matches everything.
No, you're right.
How do you feel about that?
Hey, there's a really cool story about you two guys and how, Don, you were kind of responsible for the Nightman Cometh live touring show that you kind of lit the fuse.
That's a very generous way to say it. Yeah. It was I did initiate it and get it started.
And Rob, so
and to Rob's.
You were originally just going to go see Don perform at the Troubadour, legendary venue in Los Angeles, right?
Yes, it's a legendary spot, and Don was like, hey, I'm coming out to play. Would you like to come check it out? Of course, I said yes, and then he said, any chance you'd be willing to maybe sing a couple of songs from Nightman with an acoustic guitar? We think it might be kind of fun. So I brought it to the guys, and they said, yeah, that sounds pretty cool, but if we're going to do it, maybe we should do a few songs. And then we started talking a little bit more, and then we thought we have some of the sets. What if we just put the whole thing on? Like the episode was 22 minutes, but the show itself, within the show, I think is only like 9 minutes long or something like that. So we thought maybe we could put that on. And then, Don, correct me if I'm wrong, but we called the guy at the Troubadour, and he was like, huh? Who are these people?
He was like, no thanks. He's like, I don't know who you are, and I don't know the show, so we're good.
I read, though, that the hand was kind of forced because they accidentally, they went ahead and printed something that said the cast of It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia performing.
So I had watched Nightman Cometh and called Rob, and everybody on the cast is musical, and so Rob and I had been doing kind of bits where he would come up, like when I was singer-songwriter in New York, he would come up and be like my poet friend who was going to do performance art, like spoken word poetry.
Right.
And bum everybody out. And then he would go into
like a collective sigh. Amazing music. music and everybody would be
come up with like a turtleneck and like a tea candle. So I was like, why don't we just like pull one over? Yeah.
Yeah, it was back when you could smoke in the bars, and I would come up and just be like super pretentious, and I would come up to do like spoken word poetry, and the whole room would like deflate, just completely deflate.
And that's what spoken word can do for you.
Exactly. And then we would
wound up doing, if I recall, we did Britney Spears lyrics.
That's right. And
the
the thong song. Yeah, it was
thong
she had
song.
thighs like a truck. Truck.
Yes.
Yeah, it was like that. So it was a good bit. So I asked them if they were game to do something at Troubadour. Rob was like, let's do it. And I think you went on your honeymoon directly afterwards.
Yes.
We're on some like,
right.
yeah. And couldn't get in touch with them. Called the Troubadour and was like, we want to do the show. They're like, okay. We're going to do it. They put it out as Nightman Cometh. Cast of It's Always Sunny performs Nightman Cometh, Don McCluskey, and it goes out. And I can't get in touch with Rob. And it was like, dude, I think you're doing the entire show of Nightman Cometh.
Well, and
at the Troubadour.
What I thought I read
He's
is
like, all right, cool, let's do it.
may have been the quickest sellout in Troubadour
exactly
history.
Right. That's exactly right.
The Troubadour.
Yeah, which is
where all the greats played.
That's where Elton John came and defined his career.
Yeah.
We sold out faster than Elton John. And then I think the guy was like, who are these people? I think we have to add a couple of nights, right? And then I guess that's what we wound up doing.
And then Danny he had said he kind of pressured you guys to take that thing on the road and make it the big show that it became.
That's right. We ended up doing the Tower Theater here and the Beacon Theater in New York. It was great.
Wow.
It was so long ago. It was before social media. So we had no idea. We had no, it's a television show, so you have no direct relationship with the fans other than the people that you see in the street. So nobody's able to we just had no feedback. So that was the first time we had done a live show and saw the voraciousness of the fans who not only memorized the lyrics of every song, but knew the line, the entire dialogue of the entire episode. It was bizarre.
That had been,
we might have a hit.
Yeah, that had been really special for you, Rob. I mean, because you guys could see the numbers and all that, but to feel that feedback from people must have been like, oh my God.
Yes. Yeah, that was the first time. And in fact, we were always on the bubble of getting canceled for 5, 6, 7 years.
Yeah.
Because the truth is the numbers weren't even that strong because it was back in the day with Nielsen boxes, and that was all BS. It was an aggregate number based on surveys. Right. So I remember doing the first night and seeing people go bonkers.
Yeah.
And I called John Landgraf, who ran FX at the time and still does, and I said, please, can you get all the executives to come here, luckily it's in LA, come here tomorrow night and watch this show, because I needed them to see it too. And they came and saw it, and they were like, whoa, this show is this is a big show, and we don't even really realize it yet.
It's so crazy.
That's
but
awesome.
you're right, though, Rob, about the Nielsen. And the way these numbers are accrued is so scattershot a lot of times. Now, obviously, and so you go out and do the show, and you're noticing, hey, I think there's something here. For you, Don, as a musician now, we talk constantly about how things are judged, how albums are parsed out now. The classic release of a full album is not always the norm.
Yeah.
Where do you find yourself at? Because I know this particular song is released on Spotify streaming tomorrow, right?
That's right. It's going on Spotify tomorrow. We're streaming this single first, second single, and then releasing the album in fall.
Okay.
Yeah.
And Rob,
which is the new.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but Don's in pretty good company because First in Flight's going to be featured on Mythic Quest along with some music from a guy named John Lennon. Is that correct?
Yeah. We kind of were looking around for some obscure musicians.
Some catalog.
And, John Lennon. He had a really beautiful song that we wanted to sample, and his estate gave us permission to do so.
What normally, because we've heard numbers, if you were to purchase, a song for you, say a full John Lennon song, what kind of money do you think we'd be talking for that?
Very expensive, but I can tell you this. Here's what's really interesting, because you never really know. You never know. So we wanted to get a Pink Floyd song for the first season, and Pink Floyd never, ever, ever licenses movies or music for movies or television. And for whatever reason, I think what we found out was that Roger Waters' kids were like big fans of Sonny and then also Mythic Quest, and so they allowed us to use it. And then we were like, well, it's going to be astronomical, and it turns out it wasn't.
Wow!
But it reminded me of a story from like when, season 4, season 5 of Sonny. Because you have no idea. I think we licensed a Michael Jackson song at one point, and it cost like nothing. And then we tried to license the Ghostbusters theme by Ray Parker Jr., and that was $130,000.
Oh my God. So Michael Jackson, nothing. Ray Parker Jr., $130,000.
Yes. So you just never know. You just never know, and it really makes absolutely zero sense.
And that's crazy about Roger Waters because he recently, Mark Zuckerberg, they tried to get Instagram tried to use Brick in the Wall Part 2, and he flat out told him to F off. And I mean literally told him to F off.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I saw that.
And but he's got his kids are fans of Sonny.
That helps. That helps.
Yeah. And we wound up being able to use Shine On. I mean, it's just like it was just crazy. Shine On You Crazy Diamond, which is like one of the most beautiful songs ever written. And it was just like, well, we'll just see. We'll see what happens. And then sure. And he's like, yeah, no problem, man. Okay, great.
So Don, what are you charging Rob for this?
I was just going to say, I probably should have charged more. I was like, Ray Parker Jr. got 130. Like, what did I do wrong, and who is managing me?
Well, by the way, when you're referred to locally, you are referred to as
the Ray Parker Jr. of Bristol, Pennsylvania. I've been called that many, many times. Many times. Yeah.
Who are you going to call Don McCloskey?
When there's something strange.
Yeah.
So will this be, Rob, will the song be used in an end credit form or in a tender or a happy moment in the show, or can you reveal any of that?
Yeah, I can. So we have a lot of great music in the show in Mythic Quest, and we use it as a major part of the show. And Mythic Quest is like quite different than Sonny because we really do get really dark and we get really emotional and emotionally resonant. It's like just like a different tone. And for the last few episodes, we've had a couple of like really like kind of heartbreaking episodes. And for the finale, we wanted to leave people, well, it is a comedy, so we wanted to leave people feeling good. And so we were searching for, what happens in the story is that a couple of the characters are basically jumping off into the abyss, and we don't know what's going to happen to them, but one of them is really scared, and they're both really scared, but one of them is really optimistic, and is basically saying like, let's do this together. Let's close our eyes and jump into the abyss together. But I wanted it to feel happy, not scary, not sad. So I'm like searching around for all this music, and we have a great music supervisor on the show, and I'm like pouring through everything, and then like concurrently I get a text from Don saying, hey man, I got a bunch of new songs, I'm going to drop a new album, and he just wanted to run some of them by me because we talk quite a bit and we're fairly creative. We're always asking each other what we think about various things.
I would say fairly.
And he sends me this like group of songs, and I just like hear this, and immediately I'm like, that's it, that's the one. That's what the song is about.
Yeah.
And it's about the Wright brothers, which you guys picked up on right away, and also the same thing that I said to him, which was that it feels like a Graceland. It feels like a Paul Simon song, which I know is not I know is not by accident, right? Like we're all in the same way that like Sonny kind of feels like Seinfeld and Curb, because you steal from the best.
Yeah,
absolutely. And Paul Simon stole from the best.
Yes.
All of Africa.
Somebody.
Paul Simon stole all that music from Africa. But no, and that again, as I said when I was noticing that, it's a compliment. It's just a fantastic album, and I find it harder. I find it easier to connect to sadder songs. A lot of times, a song that has an upbeat or positive sound to it, I think has to work a little bit harder to ring true with me. Do you know what I'm saying, Don?
Absolutely, yeah. I actually run. This is one of the only unapologetically optimistic songs I've ever written.
Right? Yeah.
Because it's hard to write that and be honest
without seeming sort of too cute.
So this is the reason the Wright brothers story appealed to me is because it is about engaging in some kind of creative effort, not really knowing what is coming. and just continually failing, doing it, and then eventually succeeding.
That is
real.
The story. That's
real optimism.
Yes,
it's a story about faith and taking a leap of faith.
Right.
And
that's how you became the Ray Parker Jr. of
That is
Pennsylvania.
literally how I became. Yeah. And that and my fearlessness of ghosts. Like I am not afraid of ghosts.
You're not afraid.
I'm not. And that's why, anyway. So those are the themes of the song,
right?
And that felt real. Like having like blind optimism is not real. It doesn't really feel like it doesn't.
But
doesn't
persistence, and that's what you're.
And dedication.
Yeah. Yes, I love it.
Yep.
We need that now.
book. Yeah, that book is incredible to read. By the way, it's the Wright brothers. By David McCullough. He needs a plug on here.
No, what you really?
I'm only kidding.
Check out the Ray Parker Jr. bio. It's a great book.
Ray Parker Jr. bio.
So good.
But really, that book is really inspirational and is a great American story.
Yeah.
It's a great story about ingenuity and
Well, what's cool is now with as many streaming platforms there are and great original programming. There's some interesting musical choices that are made to put in, and I find myself now more than ever going, wait a minute, what is that song? I need to find out what that is.
Yeah, right.
So this is a cool opportunity.
Absolutely. I mean, without a doubt. Yeah. I mean, I do that all the time. Shazam and just Google. Yeah. And I'm like, song with bell commercial guy, dog, whatever, whatever.
And you can put, we're in a time now, it's funny.
Comes up.
Yes, you could put that little bit of information in and you'll get it. When we first started doing, and Rob, you had mentioned, prior to social media, we remember doing this show when the internet was actually just really kicking up, and you'd put in, what is the population of Japan? Didn't recognize the word Japan,
exactly.
It's like, and it's just astonishing.
Now it's like, what is? And they're like, we know what you're thinking.
We'll let you know.
Yeah, it's 6 million people. All right.
Ray Parker Jr.
Hey, Rob, Marissa wanted me to ask this question that you had said one time you have a text chain of prep friends and that you're like the fourth funniest guy on it. Is Don on that chain?
No, Don's on a separate chain.
That's right.
Don's on a completely separate chain.
And I'm the fourth funniest person on that.
How many friends we have from high school, and this is what's so great, Casey, and why I'm so happy for your son. Like, that school is really incredible. Yeah. And I've come out of that school with, what's it now, almost 30 years later, and I talk to, 15 of those guys I went to school with on a weekly basis.
It's amazing.
Yeah, no, and I love that, and believe me, choosing a high school for my children it was very, very difficult decisions. But my two nephews graduated from the prep last year, the 2020, and what I witnessed, especially with my one nephew who went there from freshman year to senior year, what I witnessed the transfer in him, like I'm like that's what I want for my kid. You know what I mean? And I wasn't sure my son was going to be able to get that anywhere else. So, But here's
the best part of this whole thing as it pertains to Don. Don was forced to go to the prep by his dad. Forced to go there.
Didn't want to go.
If I recall, did you want to go to Abington? Where did you want to go, Don?
No, so Kamal Egan. I wanted to go to the prep, and my parents were like, absolutely, let's, we're behind it. And then about somewhere in like sophomore year, it was like, the all boys thing is not as cool as it once was, and I definitely want to go to the all girls school.
And then I remember by senior year, and senior year, when everybody's gotten really close, we're having a great time, we're going into senior year, it's our final year, and I remember asking Don, man, isn't this great? Aren't you glad you stuck with it? And you were like, I would transfer to Commonwealth Egan today.
Tomorrow. We would have days off, and I would go to their school. If the days off didn't, and I would be like, I'm just checking the place out. It was senior year last semester. It was just coming around. All my friends went to that school. So
I was president of the student body. He was president of our class.
Were you?
Whoa! I'm talking about second semester. It was probably Christmas of our senior year, and we're all I can't wait for the senior slide. And Don's like, I wonder if I could slide right out of this school and right into Egan.
Rob, listen.
Exactly right.
I know you got to be out by 9:30. So while we have you on, I want to hit Union Wrexham event, which is July 29th, and we're hoping and we're going to find a way actually to have Don be a part of that as well too. I know a lot of the balls are still up in the air, but anything you want to add about the event that's happening next month?
Yeah, that's the idea. I mean, we're still they're still trying to figure out some paperwork here, but it's definitely happening. And then as soon as we can, we're going to announce that the tickets are going to be up. There's going to be a link. I just want to keep pushing this that it's a completely free event. It's going to be Cora Services, which is an organization that's really close to my heart, in association with Phil Abundance. And the only thing we're asking is that everybody bring one item of food to donate. Other than that, it will be 13,000, I think, free tickets to come check out the game. And we're trying to find a way where we can get some musical acts. Obviously, Don will be one of the headliners.
There was 18,000 people in the park last night. It looked great. It sounded great. And it really just reinforces the fact that Philly is a soccer town, and this is going to be a fantastic international friendly.
Yes.
Yep. That's the idea.
Yeah, Rob, and I really do, as a Philly guy or Delco guy born and bred, I appreciate you've been in LA for a long, long time, but you never left Philadelphia, and I appreciate that. And I know, a ton of us out here listening right now feel the same exact way. One last question about the prep. When you guys graduated, did you guys smoke a cigar? That was like a tradition. Did that happen?
I don't know if it was a cigar.
I don't think it was a cigar.
Yeah. No. It was in a small vial.
Are Phillies blunts?
Yeah,
are those?
Cigar?
Yeah.
Was there a spoon
that is
involved?
Technically a cigar. Yeah.
It's sold in the cigar section at CVS.
All right, well, there was some sort of a tradition that my nephew talked about. I heard him talking about it since his freshman year.
How old is your nephew?
Well, now he just finished his freshman year at Temple, but he talked about it. He's like, and he's a good kid, And he's all he wanted to do was go and smoke that cigar after the graduation ceremony.
Yeah, he's been telling you it's a cigar.
Yeah.
He's like,
Well,
there's
they
a
never got it.
tradition.
Sure.
We all smoke a cigar, and we got to go to a undisclosed location.
We all get a bottle of Visine.
The kind of cigars they made on Breaking Bad.
A cigar leaf.
Right. All right. Well, Rob's got to run, so we'll let you go, Rob. We'll chat with Don for a little bit longer, but we're excited about this matchup on the 29th, July 29th. By the way, details WMMR.com, and of course excited for it. The wrap up of Mythic Quest and hearing Don's song, on there, which is going to be really cool.
Excellent.
So
check it out.
All right, we'll talk to you soon, Rob.
Really fun, super optimistic, and Don sounds great. So check it out.
All right, thanks, Rob.
Thanks, Rob. Take it easy, buddy.
Excellent. So. That's awesome, dude. You guys are still tight like that. I love that. I mean, I have one or two in my life from high school back in the day, and it's just great to have old friends like that.
It is great. Yeah. It feels like no time has passed.
And I think it can only benefit you in life. No one from my high school. I moved around too much, and that's all gone. And I look at people like you guys, and that sort of very fraternal thing.
Yeah.
It's wonderful.
It is great. Yeah, really. I mean, because you share all of that, history and really funny.
Did you think he would get to where he is back then? Did you think was his star shining as a teenager?
Yeah, I remember in high school in English class, we all had to write. We had a writing assignment, and everybody, at that point is not a great writer because you haven't done anything.
Right.
You haven't lived anything, and I remember Rob coming in and the English teacher asking him to read it in front of the class, and he wrote this incredible story that was really riveting for even high school students. We were on the edge of our seats.
Was it humorous or was it?
It was no. It was kind of it was it had funny moments, but it was filled with pathos and empathetic characters, and it's really rich storytelling at a really young age.
I'm amazed
that was something that stuck with me. So
I'm amazed by both that people can write, just amounts, voluminous stuff, but also when you're talking about writing music and lyrics, writing in prose or succinctly getting a meaning across by using very few words is an incredible talent. And so, you obviously have that as well.
Thank you.
How hard did you have to work at that? Did it come on slowly, or have you always kind of had a little bit of a knack for it?
Songwriting came pretty easily, very early on. Before I could even play guitar, I was really using one chord and sliding it up the neck and just writing. I would write 5 songs.
Wow.
One chord, and then so the writing came easier than the guitar.
Okay.
And then as they both kind of developed, then I was able to branch out into merging them a little more, with nuance.
And if you can crank out that much, I remember in that the documentary about the Eagles, the band, and it was Glenn Frey saying that Bob Seger, because they were both from Detroit. and he idolized Bob Seger, and Bob's advice to him was just write, keep writing, write and write and write more. You're going to write songs. You're going to write a ton of really bad songs.
They're mostly bad.
But you eventually,
that's the trick.
You're going to write a good one.
Yeah, exactly.
If you keep cranking it out, something's going to happen.
I have this conversation pretty regularly. Even the greats, everybody forgets all their bad stuff. But like, on Harvest, there's a million great songs, and there's like A Man Needs a Maid. Right, which is like Neil Young just like screaming "A Man Needs a Maid" over like a
place cleaned. If there was only some sort of profession.
Same thing for John Lennon. There are a lot of bad John Lennon solo songs, and he was brilliant.
Everyone needs a taxi cab
to the greats, but it's kind of good knowing that the greats, even the greats, are just throwing everything out, and some of it is absolutely ascendant, and some of it is just unlistenable.
It's funny you should mention that, Don, because I've said also to many people, you also learn, and we've talked about this. If you think that people who are in the prized, coveted positions represent the absolute best out there at those particular, like the best musicians and the best directors. Yeah. There's sort of been a phenomenon with YouTube and with these videos where you see these kids who are 7 or 8 years old who are playing, incredible level musicianship. So, yes. So don't ever think that your shot has passed you. It's always
don't believe
there.
Me. I haven't.
Yeah. I'm not saying you specifically. I mean, I would never say that to the Ray Parker Jr. of Pennsylvania.
Never.
That's right. Who will you call when the ghosts are in town? There's only one number to call.
Yes. Who will you call?
I know it's been 12 years since the Phillies were in the World Series, but I want to thank you for Unstoppable because it's on my iTunes, and I still play it all the time. And they didn't win the World Series in 2009, but it might have even been a throwaway song for you. But it was phenomenal. It's really well put together, and I love it.
Yeah, it felt good to like write a jock jam as a folk artist. It was like, and they played it at the stadium. It was great, and everybody loved it. And it was a lot of fun to record it and play. So it was great.
Was there ever a fallback called Stoppable?
I think it's it turns out we're stoppable. The mere thought is not as preposterous as once believed.
Yeah, you need to be keeping even mind.
Many try stopping us, and succeed like George Papadopoulos.
Listen, I just realized something. We didn't even touch on the Sixers with Rob. Yeah. Because the last time we had Rob on, he was like, they're going to win. It's definite. He was as resolute as you could possibly be.
Bullish on the Sixers.
You know why? In part, because, and I don't know if I can say this or not, but I'm going to, the team invited him to ring the bell if they were to make it to the finals.
Damn it.
Yeah.
And so
you can't go in.
Yeah, and he was planning on being back here around 4th of July weekend, which would have been when the finals are. And so, unfortunately, that didn't happen. He was bullish on the Sixers, and I think it's in part because he's a fan, but he also wanted to come ringing the bell, too. And maybe next year.
Yeah, I guess so. All right. Well, listen, Don, the album.
Yes.
When is it officially?
So the album is called The Chaos and the Beauty.
Okay.
And the official drop for the album it's fall, but there's no date.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So the single is Tomorrow, First in Flight. There's a second single called Unbecoming that it will be later in the summer. And then September, October will be the album.
And so First in Flight will be available on Spotify
tomorrow, yeah.
Okay, so you'll be able to catch it.
And there will be a video for it on Vivo within the next 2 weeks.
Nice.
Yeah.
Did you have any creative input into that?
I did.
Yes.
Yeah, it was me, the producer, a friend of mine who's an editor, and we put the concept together, and I don't want to give too much away.
Excellent.
I assume
the reason I'm clean shaven and short hair.
I didn't recognize you at all.
Yeah,
because you usually have a full beard.
Yeah, in the video, I lose all of my hair goes from a giant poof and beard to this.
Did you shoot it around here? I assume.
I shot it in Brooklyn. Yeah, I recorded the record in Brooklyn, the Honey Jar.
Well, that's where the Wright brothers did their first flight.
That's exactly right. Yeah. We will take to the skies here. Over. Oh, no.
Yeah. Let's see if we can fly to Queens.
Well, it's a great tune.
Thank you very much.
We'll encourage people to download this to get it on Spotify, but definitely watch the season finale of season 2 finale of Mythic Quest, which is on Apple TV, and that is tomorrow. It's great to see you, Don.
Awesome. Great. Thanks for having me on. Good to see you guys. Have a great summer.
Yes.
Sir. Don McCluskey.
Get a little closer to God.
Very cool tune.
I don't kill devil.
All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll come back in a moment, and we were talking about the Phils. I think John Brazier is going to be joining us in a few, so we'll say hello to Johnny Boy. be no in-person or remote classes this week, but the kids still had to sign in electronically to satisfy attendance requirements.
That's the school of the future.
Angry parents said no explanation was given for the early conclusion of a tumultuous school year. Parents were angered by the sudden severance, especially given the limited instruction their kids were offered this year. A Department of Education spokesperson shut down the school's attempt at an early summer on Friday. The principal is following up with the entire school community to clarify that students will be attending school and receiving instructions until June 25th.
That's a ballsy move.
It's a totally ballsy move, so I don't know what that's going to mean for her future employment. A man was arrested on Monday for suspected possession with the intent to deliver a controlled substance after he was seen with multiple drugs on him at the police department. Okay, so
he's at a police precinct with these drugs on him?
Killeen Police Department, and it gets even more intense. Odell Smith is his name. He was with a woman when he went up to the North Annex to file a report on the woman. When an officer saw Smith, he noticed a large bulging bag hanging from Smith's jean shorts that appeared to be marijuana or spice.
Jean shorts?
Well, listen to this, though. Smith was detained, and then the officer noticed that he was wearing an ankle monitor, and Smith told the police he was under house arrest for a drug charge.
Do you live in this precinct?
The officer then found 2 clear bags with a total of 31.4 grams of marijuana or spice, a third bag with 6 multicolored pills, and a final bag with methamphetamine that weighed 14 grams.
He's not a very good criminal.
He also had $7,500 in cash split into 2 bundles, so they arrested him. He was under house arrest. He wore the ankle monitor to the police station.
Well, house is a vague term.
I guess so. Smith's bond was set at $40,000. Trip to the Florida Keys got off to a sour start for 2 groups of Boy Scouts from Georgia who said they secured accommodations through Airbnb for a house that doesn't even exist.
Man.
The troop leader, Scott Mulkey, said that his troops, 5506 and 506 in Northeast Georgia, had planned their Florida Keys getaway for some snorkeling, fishing, and camping. For part of the trip, the 2 troops booked 2 Airbnb rentals that could hold all 24 of them. But before they even made it to South Florida, they started to realize both of these separate bookings seemed off. That's because Mulkey said it appeared that they had rented the same house through different hosts. The pictures were all identical, he said, and all for Big Pine Key. After they reached out to Airbnb, they said, no, it's legitimate. It's a real deal. So once they showed up, they arrived and they found mangroves and marshland. That's it.
Well, that's why the description said lots of natural light.
There was no mailbox, nothing there at all, he said. After finding an empty lot, Mulkey recorded a video to document his disappointment and frustration. Ever resourceful, the Scouts reorganized. They paid for some rooms at a hotel. They had a place to stay. Airbnb is going to fully refund them and also credit the families for a future stay somewhere. But they were completely scammed.
Well, I mean,
on that one.
you expect to get a B&B.
They wanted to go camping. I mean, they got that part in.
They did get that part in, yes, exactly.
Just trying to help.
All right, and then one last story, and we will wrap. Let's go with this one. Delivery drivers will sometimes take a photo of packages that they left near the front of your house to prove they delivered it.
Yeah.
Sometimes those photos include more than just the package. A woman recently shared the driver had taken a photo of the delivery right after she had fallen face down in a puddle and was still laying on the ground.
Oh, my God.
So he must have just timed out perfect that she had fallen and she's face down in this puddle.
Did you see the picture?
I have not seen it. No, I only saw the story. Her post got millions of views on TikTok, by the way. And there you go. That's what I have in the bizarre file.
I have a question about the New Hampshire story where they tipped $16,000. My question for you is this. If you have outstanding credit card bills and you pass away, who's responsible to make those payments? Is anybody responsible for that?
I don't know. I mean, you get willed. You can leave behind debt, just like you can leave behind money. So somebody inherits that debt. Somebody is responsible for it post-death.
Okay. And is there the opposite? Then that's a greater question for another time. Because I was thinking, man, if I had a terminal illness and I knew I was going to have to kick the bucket soon,
well, that's the old
why
thing.
not go somewhere
and run up a crazy amount of credit?
I have a friend whose grandfather left her so much debt that it
crippled her.
Practically ruined her life.
I mean, that sucks. I mean, because you have the estate tax, right? So the government will tax you on any sort of inheritance you get, but they don't have the opposite of that when you are left the
Somehow
negative,
she
like a
was
death
able
bonus.
To, somehow
Yeah,
she was
right?
able to take care of it enough that it didn't, ruin her life, but it did for a while.
Okay,
Wow.
cool.
Okay, interesting. All right, well, we have a guest in our studio, and we are always happy to see him. In fact, he may have been the last sort of live guest that we had pre-pandemic because Kathy and Marissa were in Clearwater for Philly spring training, which ended up not happening. But he was there. Ladies and gentlemen, the director of Fun and Games from your Philadelphia Phils, John Brazier.
I was sort of alive back then.
You were sort of alive?
I was sort of alive back then.
Yeah.
Like everybody.
That was weird, man. Hearing
Totally
you guys in this, and you couldn't even, you didn't leave the hotel, and we were broadcasting live from there. It was the beginning of it all.
It was so trippy because it was like right to the last second, who's going to go? Are we going to go down there? What's the story? You didn't know? Well, like everything seems like it might happen or we don't know. And from minute to minute, we were rolling and trying to figure out how this was all going to play out.
Right, and for us, we had clients down there. I remember I was in a hotel room, and I think I realized that our season's going to get shut down when Rudy Gobert, the guy on the Utah Jazz, when he basically was, there's Ricky Bowe right there.
Ricky Bowe! What the dude?
What's up?
Rick
Wow, I said Rudy Gobert, and here comes Ricky Patalico.
Decision. Oh, there it is.
He just came walking in.
Hammered, by the way.
Hey, yes, you were.
Decision. What's up, guys?
Kind of like a radio show, Ricky Bowe.
I'm just clogging the air here.
We used to do a radio show together, and this guy was hammered half the time.
Hey, you would be too, down the Jersey Shore, feet in the sand, doing a radio show. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
We literally would do a post-game.
Why is he on?
We would do a post-game show. Stop, Rick. Come on. We do a post-game show, right? And if the game went 15 innings, I know that means that Ricky's going to be drinking X amount more, right? So by the time the game ends, especially if it was a bad loss, I'm in trouble. I'm the host, and I got an angry, inebriated co-host.
Well, it wasn't just me. It was the people around us.
Yeah. Right.
Oh, yeah. We had Phillies tickets one day to give away. That went well.
We have audio of you giving away the tickets.
Yeah, that could be it, too.
How many times did you say the F-bomb on the air by any chance?
0, but we had somebody do it. That's why we couldn't do tickets anymore.
Yeah. Well, no, I was going to say, John said the F-bomb on our...
I did, several times.
By the way, real quickly, maybe the smartest guy in here.
Really?
He married into Willy Wonka family.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah. And he never brings us Ash's chocolate.
Nothing.
Never.
Next
By
time.
the way, you got to go down the Shore House to get the chocolates.
Oh, yeah?
Or you just drive on the Pennsylvania Turnpike and stop off at one of the rest areas and get them, like I do now. Right. Thanks, John.
The ice cream guy in our block is really excited to saw Ricky Patalico coming out of our beach house. He's like, oh, my God, you know that guy?
Well, he comes for the chocolates, clearly, so that's the whole reason, yeah. Well, it's good to see you, man.
You too. I just wanted to stop by, say hi to you guys.
Are you visiting one of our sister stations, I assume?
That would be the Fanatic.
Okay. Cool.
Every Thursday I'm on the Fanatic. So.
Very nice. A nice addition.
So I'm part of the family.
Yeah, you do the cooking segments, right?
I do. Quesadillas.
Hey, when you're on with the Barcan post game, Rick, you got to stop expressing your feelings so much.
I don't have any feelings.
No, I love
this.
That is my edible charcuterie board. It's made from like pizza dough.
It's definitely edible.
I made it, dude.
I don't know about the metal.
Help yourself. You don't.
No, you don't need the metal.
Yeah,
And you got Bull's Barbecue back there.
Yeah, Johnny
I
brought
saw
some
that. I
Bulls.
smelled it.
Yeah. So we're gonna dive into that in a little
Anyways, I'll let you get back to Willie. Thanks for having me, guys.
Nice to see you, man.
Patalico.
This is like the old days of the Tonight Show when Don Rickles would come out.
You gonna panel him?
Oh my God. Wow.
We were talking about the pandemic, and it was really weird. When Rudy Gobert, remember when he tested positive and the NBA shut down, I realized that NBA, we're about to shut down.
Yeah.
I'm in a hotel room watching this. We got shut down. The clients didn't know whether to drive back, whether it's safe to fly back.
Right.
I took my rent-a-car and drove it from Clearwater by myself back to Philly. I took 2 days. But it was just such a weird time. And remember, you guys didn't know what you guys were going to do?
We sat at the pool.
We had pictures of them on the beach or just hanging out, and it was wild. But it was surreal.
We tried to. I think Marissa left early, and I tried to change my flight, and they were like, nope, because people were trying to get out of there. However, I will say, staying the weekend, the people who did stay, it was like...
There was no pandemic.
No, there was no pandemic
Hot
at all.
tub, crowded pool, yeah.
Did you stop at south of the border on your way back and get some fireworks?
You always stop at south of the border just because you have to, kind of, right? You see so many signs that says Pedro says, right?
Yeah, freaking billboards.
But I spent the night in Savannah. I'd never been to Savannah, so it was a nice way to, I guess, see Savannah. So
Savannah's beautiful,
yeah,
but here we are on the other side of it. And back to what feels very real.
Full capacity crowds and everything.
Right. Well, and then again, last year I went to 0 games, right? Because it was basically no fans. This year, in the very beginning, we were told, come to games if you have absolutely something specific to do. So I was going to about half the games, and now with full capacity and no masks, and now our press club has food, whereas before it was a boxed lunch.
Right.
We're back to normal, so which is great.
I was at a game a couple of weeks ago, the Yankees game, and it was a Saturday afternoon game, and I got to chat with you for a little bit, John, and you said that game, which was maybe 39,000 or so, was the first time it really felt normal for you again.
Yeah, it was great. I mean, and everyone feels the same way. I mean, we've all been in the same boat. So you see the cameramen and the announcers and the game day employees, the ushers, the Aramark people. It's and we're one big family, so it's nice to see everybody back. It really is.
We had a brief glimmer of it. Now, we've always been coming into work, so things, our for the most part, everything stayed, similar to us. But when we did the Burt Kreischer parking lot show over there, and we started to see some of the people from Aramark and other people who we would always see from various concerts and the barbecue and any sort of events we'd be doing down there at the sports complex. That was like a little taste, and then we still had to wait a little bit longer. But now that park comes alive, and you're in your element. So what is, if people are attending and getting back to everything now, what are any new additions that people were there new things implemented? Or is there anything new?
No, I mean, just in the beginning of this year, we had a lot of the seats were zip tied off. We helped all because we didn't have a lot of people to do this, so we all volunteered to put the zip ties on. And when we went to full capacity, we had to take the zip ties off.
How many zip ties you took?
A lot, literally. I had calluses on my hand from doing it, and we're all jumped in. There's a couple things that are still out in the yard. There's the rock wall wasn't open for a long time, so. But we're literally back to normal right now, and we actually have a new where Harry the K's is below that. It's the Middle Light Landing, so it's a cool little bar spot. Now we're getting Goose Island and some of the outdoor bars area are open now that we're again full capacity. So it's we are literally back. It's almost back to full normal.
That's great. It's awesome.
I love it. So we were just talking off air. So we got 4th of July weekend coming up. Padres are in town.
Yeah, and actually it's going to be cool because Aaron Nola's brother, his older brother, plays for the Padres.
Oh, wow.
Now, I think he might be hurt right now, so we're hoping he's going to get back. And I don't know if Aaron is going to be pitching that series, but it's going to be pretty cool. 2 Major League brothers playing against each other.
Yeah.
One could be pitching against the other.
I bet you one of them will throw the game. It just seems right.
Or throw at the brother.
That's cool.
And we were also discussing fireworks this year. When's that going to happen?
So July 16th, Xfinity Fireworks. We never do it on July 4th. We never want to compete with the city.
Right.
So it's usually after. Sometimes we had it before, but usually it's after July 4th. So, yeah, we're doing one fireworks. We play the Marlins. That is on July 16th.
That's the way to go, because also you just enjoy it. Let it breathe a little bit, because what you guys do over there is pretty amazing.
It's great.
Yeah.
I mean, the fireworks obviously set to patriotic music. It's great.
And you brought Bull's Barbecue, you said, today?
I did, because we're giving away tickets for July 4th game, 105. And all kids 14 under are going to get a Local 98 IBEW Zach Wheeler T-shirt. So if they go to the game. So, and in honor of that, when you think of baseball, when you think of July 4th, you think of baseball and barbecue, right?
Right. Yeah, and little kids in the union. Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Well, so years and years ago, you guys always did fireworks on the 4th of July, because I remember going there as a child on my birthday. So, and you guys have moved that so that the city has their fireworks, and your fireworks show is second to none.
Phenomenal.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's great. And it's funny, when we had to sell out crowds, this is going to sound terrible, but what I loved about it is I knew exactly how long it's going to be. I knew the sound check that was coming on, so employees could leave right at the perfect moment so we could beat that fireworks crowd, because we always had, full capacity, and you're getting stuck in the line. So, yeah.
It's not terrible. That's
a perk.
Great.
Yeah.
It's inside info. That's a good thing.
Yeah, so no, it's great. And it's always Lee Greenwood, and you can tell what the
the
soundtrack's
most
gonna be.
patriotic song, and then get out. So you said we're going to give some tickets away?
We have a 4-pack to give away on July 4th, 105 game against the Padres.
Nice.
Okay, well, then we should give that away.
Let's do it.
John, do the honor. Pick a number caller.
Let's do 7.
All right, 7. All right, 215-263 WMMR 4-pack of July 4th tickets for the Phils as they play the Padres. And today's John's birthday. It's the 35th anniversary of your 21st birthday.
That is
That's how
correct.
we're going with this?
That is correct.
Preston
So
made a
it's,
charcuterie board for you.
I did. It's right there.
I see that with apples and other things. And Bull brought me some barbecue. Yeah, it's as you guys know, when you get older, it's not as much fun to celebrate your birthday. But
you and Nancy Allen and
Peter Weller, Arthur Brown. I couldn't come up with who is a celebrity on my birthday.
The guy who sang this song, hang on a second, it is his birthday today, in case you did not know. You share a birthday with
I am the god of hellfire.
Arthur Brown.
And I bring you Brazier.
Yeah.
I bring you Brazier.
Talking about Brazier. He married into chocolate. His name is John Brazier. He does disgusting things with elephants.
Oh, my God. There it is. I don't think there's ever been a moment that you've ever been on this show that the elephant story has not come up.
The elephant story, I cursed at a concert on live WMMR radio.
Yeah.
I cursed on a, whatever that gravity,
that's right. Yes.
the gravity ride you had. And I even warned you guys
quiz.
to get the guy on the 7-second button to be ready, because when this thing drops, I know what's coming out of my mouth, and I know
And you did.
thyself.
Yes.
Yeah. To reiterate the elephant story, John was telling us about, there was a promotion and there was going to be an elephant at the game, and he said that the Fanatic was going to be coming on the elephant's back. Riding on the elephant's back.
I said the Fanatic would be coming on the back of an elephant. I missed the part of the Fanatic would be coming into the stadium on the back of an elephant. And and the Fanatic was in the studio with me when I said that. And you guys all fell to the floor. The Fanatic fell to the floor. We had to go to a break.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have to apologize to the spectators today. That was not planned.
Never not funny, man.
Hey, speaking of the Fanatic, did you guys get rid of the hot dog cannon?
No.
Oh, it's still there.
We had heard it was gone. So okay.
No. Did you guys ever hear the story where he shoots the hot dogs are in wrapped duct tape, right? Or I guess it's so we were shooting some commercial and I guess they left a lot of hot dogs in duct tape and tin foil around the concourse. Some worker that was walking around the concourse, it was not a game that day, some worker saw it and called the bomb squad. The next thing you know, we all had to leave the ballpark and evacuate the ballpark because they thought it was a bomb in the ballpark. So we get in there. Next thing you know, we find out an hour later it was some some tin foil wrapped hot dogs.
Oh my God, that's great. I love it. I also, you know what? I love how the Fanatic and Gritty have become this pair of celebrities in the city. I mean, the Fanatic already was a celebrity, but seeing these shirts with the two of them together, like in the Pulp Fiction, thing, it's awesome, man.
It really is awesome. And I remember, I interviewed for a podcast I do, Dave Raymond, and I said to Dave, I said, when you started in '78, that it was the only mascot, really one of the first mascots in the country, but picture of the Fanatic, picture a mascot coming to Philadelphia in a blue-collar town, right? And if things could go south real quick, right?
Yeah.
I mean, right for the first mascot, right? And to think about, so now Gritty starts, 2 years ago, and Gritty caught all kinds of grief locally, right? Remember that? He just got killed locally.
The first day,
He looks like Scott Hartnell on steroids. And then, you know what it took? It took the national media to rip Gritty to then Philadelphians saying, you can't rip art. We can rip Gritty, but you guys can't rip Gritty. And that's when everyone kind of galvanized around the Gritty, right? And now we love Gritty.
Yeah.
And Gritty's the best.
And plus the marketing and the charismatic, Gritty himself. It makes it.
Yeah, they've done a great branding job on that. And there's, for those out there that think there's no competition, they love each other and they work with each other, and that's the beauty of the city. All the teams work together, and we have great relationships with all the players and coaches, and we do a lot of things together. So it's great.
And we're back. We're back. It's awesome.
All right, July 4th, the Padres, the Phils are playing them. We're getting a winner right now. Going to set up that 4-pack. Thank you to John for bringing the Bulls barbecue by today, and the fireworks will start on the 16th, I think you said, or the 15th?
16th. July 16th.
Okay.
All right.
Excellent. John, it's great to see you.
All right,
Happy
thanks,
birthday.
guys. Thank you.
John Brazier. We're going to take a break. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3.
Beer Trail of Greater Philadelphia. Get your fill at visitphilly.com. What's going on this morning, Steve?
Well, Kim Kardashian granted a permanent restraining order from her latest crazed fan, Charles Peter Zelenoff. Since this was Kim's 100th restraining order, she and the judge took a commemorative picture in front of a stalker step and repeat.
I hit the wrong button.
Oh, my God.
Wonderful. I hit the button. I lost our music. I'm sorry.
It's all right.
Continue, please.
Alex Rodriguez has reportedly moved into a, get this, $200,000 a month summer rental in Sag Harbor, just 1 mile from ex-Jennifer Lopez. A-Rod says the proximity is just a coincidence, as is his recent online purchase of binoculars and a ghillie suit. And finally, Salma Hayek claiming in an interview that her breasts became huge during menopause and have stayed that way.
Wow.
In addition, she says she accidentally fell down her basement stairs and her vagina got tighter. What? And that's your Hollywood Track.
All right. Thank you, Steve. All right. We will now go to the phones for an answer to this question. What, and RoboCop could also use his computer interface device to cut what? And I will go to Sean for the answer. Hey, Sean.
Hey, guys. What's happening?
Yo, bud, looking for the answer. RoboCop could cut what with his computer interface?
He could cut his on his co-star's birthday cakes.
Yes, cake. Yes. Hang on a second, Sean. For you, a digital download of Godzilla versus Kong. And the fate of the world hangs in the balance as these legendary adversaries collide in a battle of the ages. So, who will fall and who will be crowned the king of all monsters? You can own it now on digital and 4K Ultra HD.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
All right, and it is brought to you by Armor Metals and Recycling. Get cash today if you need cash fast. Bring your scrap and e-cycling to Armor Metals and Recycling and walk away with cash today, located in Pensacola, New Jersey, or at armormetalsrecycling.com. Blink-182 frontman Mark Hoppus has been diagnosed with cancer. We mentioned this earlier this morning. The 49-year-old singer made the announcement late yesterday across his social media, and he wrote, quote, "For the past 3 months, I've been undergoing chemotherapy for cancer. I have cancer, it sucks, and I'm scared." He went on to say that he was blessed with incredible doctors, family, and friends. According to his post, he has months of treatment ahead of him. He ended with, "Can't wait to be cancer-free and see you all at a concert in the hopefully near future. Love to you all." Since sharing his statement, several fans and stars have wished him a speedy recovery. He has not been specific about what type of cancer he has or what stage that he might be in. So we'll see if more information comes out of that, but never a good thing to hear. Hopefully it will go well for him. Fuel will release their first album in 18 years. It's called Anomaly, and it's due out in October. The 11 original tracks were written by founding member Carl Bell. The first single from Anomaly, called Hard, will be released early next month. Bell reunited with original Fuel drummer Kevin Miller, accompanied by new singer John Corsale, guitar player Mark Klotz, and bass player Tommy Nat.
The name was Klotz.
I knew you were going to go for after Klotz. Mr. Klotz plays guitar.
I love pudding.
Yeah. So, different singer, Brent Scallions.
What happened to him?
I don't know what happened to him.
Because he's the one who's saying shiver, right?
That's
yeah. And hemorrhage.
And hemorrhage on my pudding.
Bell and Miller recently shared a video of their emotional in-person reunion after a decade. Bell said, "We were just patient with each other. We were just patient with each other. From the first conversation, I recognized the same feeling in Kevin's voice. Fuel was huge for us, and it was a great moment in our lives. And Kevin was as grateful for the opportunities that Fuel gave us as I was. We bonded on that fact, and I would have taken a bullet for him, and I still would," is what he said.
I dig Fuel. Their songs, a couple of songs that were the big hits for them, I thought were really great.
But Brent's voice was very distinctive,
That was the
and he
band.
was clearly a really good singer. And so we'll see how they do with this guy, John Corsale.
I can sing as well.
He's from Pennsylvania. I'm not sure what part of Pennsylvania, but be nice to find out if he was from the
Sure,
yeah. He joins Fuel as Miller and Bell reunite after a decades-long separation, says here. All right, former Black Sabbath bassist Geezer Butler is set to release his solo albums as a set entitled Manipulations of the Mind, the Complete Collection. The set will feature his GZR album, Plastic Planet, his Geezer album, Black Science.
Geezer!
And GZR's Ohm Work. A bonus record will also be included in the set. The album is due out on July 20th.
Is Geezer short for Geese Chester?
Geese Chester? I don't know.
Well, I don't know what is his real name. It's surely not
That's
Geezer.
a good question.
Yeah.
Nick, do you mind doing a quick search and see what Geezer Butler's real birth name is?
It's like Van Giesbroek or something.
We'll find out in a second here. Nick's
It is
got
not Van Giesbroek. It is Terrace Michael Joseph Geezer Butler. And
Just a nickname.
All right.
Terrence Michael Joseph Butler.
He used to call everybody geezer at school.
Hey, you old geezer.
And so it was a slang term for a man, and then because he called everybody that, they ended up calling him that. That became his nickname.
It would be more like geezer.
Geezer.
You're just a geezer.
You're a geezer, aren't you?
Right, like a geezer you are.
I told you guys the story. I'll tell you one more time, though. Growing up as a kid, I'd always heard that Geezer Butler lived in our area.
All right.
And that on Halloween, you could go by his house, and you know, it'd be freaky to go by the dude from Black Sabbath's house and get candy. And I heard that, you know, he had all these guitars all over the house. I never believed it for 1 second. We talked to Tony Iommi a few years ago. It's goddamn true.
Yeah.
He lived in St. Louis. I just never even bothered to follow up on that. It seems so stupid and outrageous. What the hell would he be doing in
St. Louis?
The center of America.
Yes, Geezer Butler. You are a Kit Kat.
Yeah. You geezer.
You got Baby Ruth ball.
I would have absolutely gone by there had I known that was true. All right, and the last story. Wolfgang Van Halen's debut album, Mammoth WVH, has debuted big across the Billboard charts. The collection is, of course, Eddie's son writing, performing, and producing, all on his own on this, entered the Billboard 200 albums chart at an impressive number 12.
That's excellent.
Yeah, he posted on social media, I am blown away and eternally grateful for the support you've all given me. This is absolutely crazy. Thank you. Seriously, a debut rock album, getting a top 15 placement on Billboard Top 200 in 2021. Absolutely insane.
Oh, man.
He said, you're all incredible. Yeah.
So did you live near Chesterfield, Preston?
I lived in Chesterfield.
Okay, so did Geezer Butler.
I know. I mean, not just in St. Louis. He lived in my damn town.
Hey, I remember you. You came to my house on Halloween.
Yes.
You were dressed as a fairy princess.
No.
No? Were you dressed as a hobo?
Yes,
Yeah,
actually.
I remember you.
Mm-hmm. By the way, Billboard's top, the Mammoth album topped the charts on Billboard's top rock albums, hard rock albums, and independent albums list. And
That's
it also
amazing.
hit number 2 on Billboard's top album sales and current album sales chart. You can see that, gentlemen, at the MMRBQ, Mr. Wolfgang Van Halen, Mammoth WVH. And I hope we get a chance to talk to him.
I would love that.
I have a feeling we probably will. At least somebody from the station will sit down for an interview, but I wouldn't mind talking to him myself.
I mean, Pierre already has. I know he had spent some time with him on it was a Zoom conference.
All right, so that's it. That's your music news, friends. We're going to take a break. We're going to come back in a second. We'll get the letter of the day for the word of the week when we return. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
Preston and Steve.
On 93.3 WMMR.
Whether you're at home or on the go, listen to 93.3 WMMR on Odyssey on your smartphone.
And that's why we had Rob McElhenney on with him as well.
Two American boys.
This is a beautiful song.
Gonna conquer the dream.
Just a lot of fun,
like it.
happy,
Really like
great
it.
story about the Wright brothers and opportunity and so much more. So it was cool to have Don on the program today. And don't forget that that exhibition match, that friendly match coming up with AFC Wrexham. And that's, of course, Rob McElhenney's team against Philadelphia Union, and that is going to be on July 29th. There was something else to mention about Don McCluskey, right, Nick?
Yeah, he forgot to mention he has a live gig in front of a real live audience and an actual live music show that you can go to, and it's going to be at Broken Goblet Brewing, and that's going to be on July 24th. And so you can follow Don on Instagram. But yeah, Broken Goblet Brewing, July 24th. Tickets are available on Broken Goblet's Facebook page.
Nick, you had asked me if I'd played, if my band Saint had played Broken Goblet, and I thought that was a song you were talking about.
Right. No,
it was a venue. Yes, we have played there.
Okay, yeah.
I believe so.
Yeah, well, Don thought so too, and so he was trying to make that connection, and then we just kind of got lost in the sauce or whatever. But that's where his gig is, regardless. And once again, July 24th, and tickets are available through Broken Goblet Brewing's Facebook page.
Wonderful. And thank you to John Brazier for and mystery unannounced guest Ricky Bottalico as he just kind of popped into the studio for a second. But John stopped by to promote the events coming up with the Phils. They're playing the Padres July 4th weekend. On July 4th, actually, we gave away some tickets earlier. And also their fireworks are going to start on July 16th. They don't compete with the city's fireworks or the Welcome America thing. So it was nice to have John by as well. Pierre Robert has sauntered into the studio as well. Good day, sir.
And to you. We've had a lot of guests today.
It's almost like we're back to normal.
Almost like it, yeah.
We're getting there, man.
It's cool.
Yeah, it's very, very nice. Shall we get the letter from you? Here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
And the Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by the letter.
I as in Indiana.
All right, and we have just one more letter to go. And we'll give away a sweet escape package from Hard Rock Hotel and Casino Atlantic City. And this will include a midweek stay in a suite, a $100 dinner voucher, and a spa package. That's a pretty sweet deal. And you can book your Hard Rock Atlantic City escape starting at just $89 at hardrockhotelatlanticcity.com. So that goes out to you tomorrow. Everything good in your world?
Very good. What's that?
That is...
You don't go anywhere near that.
Well, no, there's only...
There's meat on it.
There's meat on it, but they'd only touch that little part of it.
all right.
That is my edible charcuterie board that I made. Oh. And it's awesome.
It is delicious, honestly. I grabbed a piece and had a little bit of honey and some cheese. And just the dough, it's a simple thing, but the combination works. What's that now?
Is this cheese?
It is cheese.
Yeah.
And this is like stuffing or something?
It's pizza dough.
No,
pizza dough.
This is bread, so you just break it off.
Oh.
Take a piece of cheese.
Oh.
You can eat the cheese.
Piece of fruit, and you can dip the honey and dip it in the honey.
Has the meat touched the other areas?
No, I told you it's only touched a small part right here.
So the meat hasn't contaminated the cheesy and the honey area?
Not the cheesy and the honey.
Okay.
Are you going to have some, Pierre?
I might.
Okay.
It looks good.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you.
What's up on your show today?
Thank you for asking.
Thank you.
Pierre was afraid that whatever he had would have touched some meat.
I was. It really was. But don't fear anything.
Yeah.
We have workforce blocks of Van Halen.
That's beautiful.
Fear anything.
I'm reminded of what the DJ Pierre Robert said when he said, "Don't fear anything."
That's right. We'll have workforce blocks of Van Halen, the Grateful Dead, and a block about change. I have a letter requesting some songs that deal with change.
Don't fear the change.
Yeah.
Don't fear anything.
Don't fear change.
You gonna do Change by Blind Melon? You know that song?
I don't.
It's a great tune. It's Blind Melon obviously had a huge hit with No Rain, but they had another song called Change, which is fantastic. And if I could put in a request, that would be it.
May I as well?
Yeah, sure.
John Waite has a song called Change.
Really?
Change.
Wow.
It's a great song.
Doesn't matter who you are.
Okay.
It's only change.
What's in your heart can never change. That's a great song.
Very, very inspired I am.
Don't go change him from Billy Joel.
Yeah.
Right. Change Reaction.
Yes.
Reaction.
Sergeant Change's Lonely Change Club Band.
Sergeant Change's Lonely Change Club Band.
Winds of Change.
Winds of Change. Scorpions.
Yeah.
I don't want to get too carried away with it because at 2 o'clock, my very special thing today is a conversation with Graham Nash.
Awesome.
Of Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young about the 50th anniversary of Deja Vu, which has been re-released as of about a month ago. And there's this extras package, which I have, which has all these really cool. It has him singing Our House with Joni Mitchell.
That's great.
Things like that.
Wow, great.
That are special extra things on the re-release.
Did they write that song together, or was it just about
No, it's just
her?
him.
But he wrote it about their life together.
Yeah.
Okay.
She had this still has this cool little bungalow in the canyon. And they were out shopping, and she had bought a vase at a store, and they got back to the little cottage, and he said, well, why don't you get some flowers for the vase, and I'll light a fire.
Yeah. That's great.
And she went out to get the flowers. He sat down on the piano, and there you go.
It's beautiful.
It's an amazing song. And an amazing
This
record.
one goes out to Pierre Robert.
Oh, my God.
He writes, this song always makes me feel better when I hear it.
Yeah.
Whether I'm just eating a bread charcuterie board
Or not fearing anything.
or not fearing anything.
Don't fear, dude.
Or neither.
Or neither. All right, there you have it.
There it is.
2.
All right. I want to thank our sponsors. The Preston and Steve show has been brought to you today by Acme. They have everything you need to prep for this summer season. Acme Fresh Foods, local flavors. Also brought to you by Dunkin'. They're the official coffee of the Preston and Steve Show. And brought to you by the Craft Beer Trail of Greater Philadelphia. 5 counties with over 90 breweries. You can learn more at visitphilly.com. Tomorrow on this program, we will be broadcasting live from